maybe I can find meaning if I look hard enough. The reason you're here is the cause of your tears, and I check every month. Cut the loss, cut the loss. Just you watch. Oh, better than this. Just you watch. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same. Skip this bit. It's not the lack of your judgment that makes you a kid. It's the lack of your substance that keeps you locked in. Oh, and keeps them talking. Find out a way to spend your whole life holding hands with empty faces that you'll never see again. Search out a way to find a version of you you like. Why aren't you getting tired of me yet? Why aren't you 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 tired of me yet? When I get home, can I see? I'm scared that I might ruin everything I left on my own and see things. You're getting tired of everything. Why aren't you tired of me yet? 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 Why aren't you tired of me yet?
Well, I tried to think them away.
anything at all. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, now I own my back, cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, now I own my back, cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You ask how my day went after I said you didn't ask how my day was. You're a good boy. You think I'm prettier when I smile. You're a good boy. You say how you feel even when you're not drunk. You're a good boy. You confess girls play guitar just as good as boys. Good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. You're a good boy. You don't let me walk home alone. You patiently wait to get out of the friend zone. You're a good boy. You stop thinking there were girls who weren't like other girls. You're a good boy. Admit you're a feminist in a room full of women. You're a good boy. You and all the rest, yeah, you're all good boys. You stop making excuses for other men, unless it's one of your boys. You know him better than that, you swear he's a good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy. Air so fresh where I'm from. Palm trees, ready-made goods, don't front. Cause you was on your own time coming. Don't stop running, burning the leaves in the backyard summers. Flower scented breeze keep warming me. Tired of the priest keep warning me. Seconds from release, it's hard to treat. I'm too scared to breathe from my beliefs. The land of freedom, the land for me. Too scared to seek, too scared to be my own, you see. But I know I just need some selfish time. I need more relics that give me truth to what I know. Give me ruthless weight, all these paper weights, all these sacred faces, A6 laced in, strangers wasted. Flood a while you fall across the gap, no bridge stood, no man could reach. I pray 3 times a night, hope you hear it. I'm nearing heights I dreamt of, heights I fear. And since nobody else can hear me, let my ears bleed, let my heartstrings rip. Following the tide, never was a sign to align to the ceiling on the moon, my stride. Low G's, low weight, low everything cheap. These lights, these streaks, my guide. Too bright, can't vision, need my lenses. Blue ball in the sky, keep turning on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. I'm too scared to breathe from my beliefs. The land of freedom, the land for me. Too scared to seek, too scared to be my own, you see. But I know I just need some selfish time. I need my relics that give me truth to what I know. Give me ruthless weight, all this paper weights, all these sacred faces, A6 laced in, strangers wasted. The air so fresh where I'm from. 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 Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial, an evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. The past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you can. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red's done, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs, oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly, I feel a breach. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam watch the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle say I'm ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came.
minutes. All right, good evening, everybody. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Tonight is May 21, 2024. It's our regular meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? It's 5:10 p.m. 5:08.
It's my understanding that Mr. Myers is excused.
He's excused.
Mr. Martinez? Mr. Littlefield?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Chair Constant?
Here.
Vice Chair Zeletel?
Here.
Ms. Branca?
Here.
Mr. Volland?
Happy to be here.
Ms. Brawley?
Here.
Mr. Stolt?
Here.
Mr. Presverdia?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Littlefield. Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Volland, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Volland. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. So we have minutes from We have item 4A, minutes from the regular meeting of March 19, 2024, and minutes from item 4B, minutes from the special meeting of March 27, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I would like to ask for unanimous consent. If there's no objection, hearing and seeing none, the minutes are approved. Next, we'll have the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be giving the mayor's report on the mayor's behalf tonight. Good evening, everyone. 4 topics tonight: homelessness, Title 21, audience participation, and Memorial Day celebration. First, homelessness. Mr. Chair, we'd like to extend our gratitude to all the assembly members who played a crucial role in securing the $4 million grant from the state legislature in its recently concluded session. This is for a year-round homeless shelter. This achievement was significant, and on behalf of the mayor, we'd like to thank all the assembly members who assisted for their dedication and hard work. With the cold weather shelters closing and warmer temperatures arriving, Anchorage is experiencing an increase in outdoor homeless camps. That's no news to anybody here, Mr. Chair. Without adequate year-round shelter, these individuals have no place to go. Currently, the administration's priority is to maintain the safety and appeal of downtown Anchorage for business owners, tourists, and residents alike. Next, the Title 21 and Home Initiative that the Assembly will be considering this evening. Mr. Chair, at the last meeting, you may recall there was substantial public testimony against the proposed changes to Title 21. The mayor would urge that this body consider that public input and it be given serious consideration. We encourage the body to listen to constituents and consult with the planning and law departments before making these decisions. Next, the audience participation. There is an ordinance tonight that would include a public hearing reinstating, that is, audience participation in the early portion of assembly meetings. As you know, Mr. Chair, this practice was suspended during the COVID-19 pandemic. The administration supports reinstating this tool and giving constituents another venue to have their voices heard on the public record. And last thing, Mr. Chair, is that the Memorial Day celebration that will be this coming Monday, May 27th from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. on the Delaney Park Strip. That's the annual Memorial Day celebration that all are invited to join. We honor and remember those who served our country and made the ultimate sacrifice on that day. This concludes the mayor's report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is the chair's report, and I'll just start by correcting a little bit of information. The audience participation at the beginning of the meetings was suspended after the pandemic, not during the pandemic. It was actually created right at the beginning of the pandemic, and so it was an experiment that was through that time. All right, so good evening, everybody, and welcome. As we prepare to enter into the Memorial Day weekend, I want to give thanks and remember those who have died while in service to our country. And earlier this month, we recognized Peace Officers Memorial Day. I'd hope that while everyone enjoys their barbecues and hikes this weekend, they also take a moment to reflect on the sacrifices made by those who have given their lives in service to our country and family and friends they leave behind. As everybody knows, last week we concluded the 2024 municipal runoff election, and we're just, as we speak, monitoring the election returns as the election staff is doing their diligent duty down in Ship Creek. As they work to process the final ballots and prepare for certification, I want to give thanks to everybody on the elections team for an excellent job. It's a lot of work to pull off one election, let alone two within just a couple of months, and they did so with professionalism, grace, and precision. I also want to remind voters who received or may receive a cure letter in the mail to cure their ballot verification discrepancies no later than May 29th at 4 p.m. If a ballot return envelope is missing a signature or the signature can't be verified, within 3 business days, election officials send a cure letter to the voter explaining the lack of a valid signature. Voters may cure their ballots by mailing back their cure letter, curing in person at the election center, or by texting Anchorage to 28683 using text to cure, a pro-voter initiative introduced during the 2024 regular municipal election. Next Wednesday, May 29th, the Election Commission will meet and hold a public session of canvass to adjudicate challenged ballots. Once that's complete, the certification of the runoff election will take place on Friday, May 31st, and that will be the official conclusion of the 2024 elections. Last Friday, the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee held a very productive special meeting to review the next steps for the Don Young Port of Alaska Modernization Program. At this point, we appear to be on track for construction of Terminal 1, and we're now beginning the planning for Terminal 2. it's really gratifying that after all of these years of problems with the port modernization, we're on the other side, hopefully, in those problems and have a path forward. I want to commend everybody who's been involved in this project, including the Assembly, port staff, multiple mayoral administrations, state legislators, multiple federal agencies, several consulting teams, and the port user group. This community has come together and really worked hard to get this once-in-a-generation project on track. We still have hard decisions ahead, and it won't always be easy, but I'm confident we will continue to build on our track record of collaboration and transparency to see this project through. Also, on tonight's agenda, you'll see the Assembly continues to prioritize building its own workforce to support the work of the legislative branch with the executive appointments of William Northrup as the municipality's election administrator and Matthew Farina, the Assembly's program and budget analyst. I'd like to thank and welcome both William and Matthew to our team for all the hard work that they've been doing getting us through the last couple of weeks. Also, we had another food for thought session this last month, and we're planning the next one on Friday, June 14th, where we'll hear from nonprofits who are working collaboratively to strengthen and increase access to services to underserved communities. I also want to read briefly about a new, a groundbreaking ceremony that's coming up next week. I think it's Tuesday, May 28th at 3 p.m. I am so excited about this. South Central Foundation has announced that they're about to begin construction on their Alaska Native-owned nonprofit healthcare entity that will provide a 100,000 square foot facility at the corner of Tudor and Elmore Roads that will offer a 16-chair, 23-hour adult crisis stabilization center, a 16-bed short-term adult crisis residential program, a 30-bed inpatient detox and withdrawal management center, as well as outpatient adult behavioral health care services. I'm really excited about this because this really goes towards the donut hole of services that our community has been missing for a long time. So if you're interested, go to southcentralfoundation.com. You can learn more. There is a reception to follow. With that, I would just like to say thank you to everybody for being here. This is a business meeting. We're going to ask everybody to do their part to help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Again, refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping or pacing. If you have signs, keep them to 8.5 by 11 inches or smaller. Please keep this aisle clear, except when lined up to testify. Also, please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, hand it to the clerk for distribution. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. Otherwise, I want to thank everybody for being here, and we will go ahead and continue on through our agenda tonight. So next on the agenda, we have committee and liaison reports. I'll start over here with Mr.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be held on June 6th at the Permit Center. And that meeting we will finally be working to improve broadcast quality for folks who are not able to participate in person. Part of some of the items on that agenda will be a discussion around land value tax, and which is really part of a conversation that we've had at this committee around how do we instigate economic development and how do we catalyze activity. We also will be getting a report from the Anchorage music economy with recommendations, and so I'm looking forward to that. We'll also have a continued conversation on site access review. This is a meaningful and worthy conversation, and I'm glad our committee is able to get into it, and so looking forward to that. I'd also just take a moment, Mr. Chair, if I can, to telegraph my intention for later in the evening for item 14K, for anyone that may be here for that item, which is the improving safety on trails, on two-way trails, bike equity work. My intention later on today, Mr. Chair, would be to move to postpone that and bring that to a work session. So I just wanted to telegraph that for anyone who is waiting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's noted we will be asking to postpone the public hearing on the bicycle ordinance. All right, Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the Housing and Homelessness Committee, we had a regular meeting last week. We spent all of our time talking about the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter, as that winter shelter will be ending on May 31st. On today's agenda, we have an item for introduction providing bridge funding for the cold weather shelter location at East 56th, which provides 200 congregate beds for the month of June, with the state set to step in and support the cold weather shelter location beginning July 1. Regarding the Municipal Audit Committee, based on the latest communication with BDO, which is our third-party auditor, the ACFR, our Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, or annual audits, there has been a lot of significant progress made over the last couple of weeks. I definitely applaud our municipal staff and BDO for getting everything, all of the work that has been done recently. While there is still work to be done, the administration has set a new goal to attempt issuance of the ACFR and our other remaining audits by the week of June 10th. Which is why we have a 1-month contract extension as an addendum item for us to consider tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee had its regular meeting at on May 16th. Received a number of updates from Merrill Field. We got an update on the CARES Act spending. This was a large pool of federal money that has gone towards a series of upgrades and repairs around the field. There's just one last project to undertake, and that will be replacing the roof on the snow removal equipment building. The work, according to the original terms of the grant, would have had to have been completed, I think by around now, but we've been granted an extension for this work, so that should be able to proceed. They are also planning on rehabilitation of runway 725. There won't be any changes to the length or width of the runway, but it will be resurfaced, and then there'll be improvements to the adjacent taxiways and lighting. This is expected to be funded through a federal grant with the appropriation this fall. From Solid Waste Services, we got another update on the Cell 9 fire. This was a fire in all likelihood caused by a lithium battery, we suspect, some years ago that has led to leachate penetrating the membrane of the landfill. So what it means to remediate this is we're going to have to go in this work and remove a significant amount of trash. For scale, it was explained to us that if you think of the new Solid Waste Services transfer building, imagine a pile of trash the same size of that building, including the tipping floor and everything. So it's a pretty massive undertaking. Cost is estimated to be around $11 million, which of course will be covered by the ratepayers, which is to say all of us. And that's something we're going to have to pay because somebody was reckless in disposing of a lithium battery. So please keep that in mind. We also got an update on methane gas leakage from the landfill. The amount of gas that is leaking exceeds federal standards, but we're operating under a compliance order. However, Solid Waste Services is looking at alternatives to try and address this problem, including reducing gas production through a diversion of organic materials. So more work ahead on that. Also, in regards to the cold weather shelter, which, as Member Rivera just pointed out, will continue to operate through the summer, the roof does need to be fixed, and there's an invitation to bid out currently. The hope is that this work can be done with minimal disruption to the clients in the cold weather shelter, but we will not know exactly how that's going to go until we get the bids back. We also got an update on the small boat launch, but we're going to be taking up a conversation around that with an AO later in the meeting, so I'll save that for then. And then finally, we've got a quick update from the Real Estate Department on Heritage Land Bank lease rates. There was a question last meeting about how they determine the rates and how often they're updated. The procedures laid out in code, different methods are used depending on the circumstances, but I think maybe the main takeaway is that they have to be adjusted a minimum of every 5 years based on the circumstances. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salatillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we also had a special meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee the next day, last Friday, and we talked about the Port of Alaska. We talked about two really important items. One was the design options for the Cargo Terminal 2, laid out really the menu of options and the cost for each and how those sequence in the overall time horizon of the port modernization program. We provided direction back to the port to send those to the Design Advisory Board to take a look at. And the Design Advisory Board is made up of port users along with the port and our port modernization program management, really hoping that they can reach consensus and come back to us with which of those options for the second cargo terminal they prefer. Tied to that, we also discussed an economic analysis of the port. It was really focused on what happens or what the economic costs are if the port goes out of service. What it did not necessarily look at is the dollar value the port could bring in over the life of the new port modernization program. So we should be getting those calculations. The best predictor of money coming kind of through the usage of the port is actually through our petroleum and cement terminal with increased aviation fuel utilization. So we look forward to getting that, and I think those two pieces will put us in a good position here soon to make a decision about the second cargo terminal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Braga.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Volland.
No report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of reports. First, on the Budget and Finance Committee. The committee met on Thursday, May 16th. We discussed updates on our current revenue for this year, reviewed the list of outstanding tasks to complete for the closeout of the ML&P sale, which I believe I spoke about at the last meeting, and briefly discussed the city's plan for preparing and mailing tax notices in June. So just as a quick reminder, as far as property tax, and I imagine we'll share this again next month when it's closer to when you'll receive these if you're a property owner. Now that the budget has been finalized and mill levies are set for all service areas and area-wide expenditures, property owners will receive their annual bills, which are typically paid for or paid in summer. As a reminder, everybody pays one way or another. So there's residents who rent and they pay it through their monthly rent. It's one of the expenses usually the landlord covers with that rent payment. And businesses who lease property also similarly contribute through their space rent. So this is how we collect over half of what pays for our local government. So it's a really important thing to understand. And then our next meeting of the committee is going to be Thursday, June 18th from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. And then second, on the Legislative Committee, the committee will meet on Wednesday, June 5th from 1 to 2 p.m., City Hall 155. And as I stated in the last meeting, that will be the last meeting of that committee until the fall when we will start discussion of the legislative program. I'm also working with our staff to prepare an end-of-session summary regarding how the municipality's priorities fared in the 2024 legislative session, both operating policy issues and capital funding. And we will report on what outcomes we saw from our advocacy and lobbying efforts. And thank you to Mr. Byrd and the administration for speaking to the shelter funding. We will share highlights of this report in the committee meeting, and then we will discuss next steps on any items of interest from the Assembly's perspective. And then the short kind of version, in addition to the shelter funding, it's also important to understand that the legislature funded a significant but one-time increase not to the actual base student allocation formula for schools, but a one-time boost to school funding, which is great for our school district and other districts. We also appear to have received a modest list of capital projects across the city, from park projects to road and school safety upgrades, some of which are going directly to the municipality, and then some of those park projects are going to the Anchorage Park Foundation as well to be deployed in our parks. Multiple bills passed that will have some benefit to the municipality. Some were prevented from passing or just didn't pass that might have harmed the city, so that's also good news. And then for all budget line items and all bills, this good news really is still pending until Governor Dunleavy decides what items in the budget or what bills he intends to veto. So those could also kill those funding projects and bills. So we will wait and see what happens in the next month or so. And we'll see if any of them would get overridden by the legislature. So just stay tuned, see where we come out on the other side of that. Just a couple more things. As our AML alternate liaison, I just want to say thank you to AML staff, the lobbying team, and all the members across the state who participated in the legislative committee and really worked to advocate for Alaska's local governments. And we'll be continuing kind of policy discussions, not just for the good of Anchorage, but for the good of all local governments in the city through the summer, and then preparing for the next legislative session in the fall and winter. And then lastly, The National League of Cities, one of our two liaisons, I just want to say thank you to the Assembly, to this body, and to Mayor Bronson for supporting the National League of Cities resolution that we passed at our last meeting. May is Cities, Towns, and Villages Month, and we're also celebrating this year the 100th anniversary of the National League of Cities, of which Anchorage has been a member for several decades now. So we've got a few more days in May. Just wanted to say that again, and we are also working to transmit that resolution to the National League of Cities so that they can archive it as part of the 100th anniversary project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to share that the 2024 Anchorage Economic Development Luncheon will be held on August 7th from 11:30 to 1 p.m. at the Dinah Center, and that tickets are on sale. This is one of the larger business events in Alaska, if not the largest, with over 1,500 attendees. AEDC will have its Board of Directors meeting on June 5th, and then also what we're calling for now Project Anchorage is meeting this Thursday and every 2 weeks as that project starts to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Presverdian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two updates. This Thursday, May 23rd at 4:30 p.m. in room 155 is a meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly. Among other things, there will be a presentation regarding the language access audit by our Chief Equity Officer. For those of you who are curious about what's happening with the Public Safety Committee, there is an ongoing discussion about the potential merger of those with our Health Policy Committee. I think we're still in discussion around that. I actually do intend to hold a public safety meeting. I haven't spoken to the chair about this yet, but I'm hoping to still do it on June 5th at 11 a.m. But keep your eyes open for that. The agenda to be determined. Thanks. Bye.
So June 5th, 11 a.m. What was your request?
Yeah, I'd like, if we can, to keep that meeting June 5th, 11 a.m. of the public safety, unless there's a conflict there.
Yeah, no, at this time, it's still on the calendar. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
All right, I think that's it for committee reports. So next, we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to address the late on the table items, which incorporates any late on the table items into the agenda. One second. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Now, we're going to go ahead through the late on the table items. We have a number of items that have come at the last minute. So first, I'm going to read a supplemental item We're going to call it 10B1. It's a little complex. It was drafted as a resolution in the amount of $515,420, but would need a public hearing, and so there's an alternative version being drafted at this time. I'm going to just read the title. We're going to put it in as 10B1. It will be needing to be laid on the table.
Okay, Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd ask to be excused. This concerns shelter funding.
Sure, we'll go ahead and determine that you do have a personal interest related to shelter. So this one, again, is a little complex. As written, it's not accurate to what it's going to be by the time we get to it. It's being worked on right now. So I'm going to read it. 10B1, Resolution Unnumbered AR, Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly to reappropriate $515,420 from Pay for Success Grant 206000 to Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness 2900000967 Bridge Funding for the Cold Weather Shelter. So this item will need 8 votes to be laid on the table. What again is going to happen is that a second version of this will come forward, or an amended version that reduces the amount below the $500,000 threshold, so we don't need to set it for public hearing. And then the difference can be appropriated at a future meeting with a public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to lay on the table.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any discussion on this? I guess somebody should lay the foundation for why this needs to be laid on the table, why it's time sensitive. The administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, the cold weather sheltering is functioning at the old admin building at Central Transfer Station. The funding for the current contract expires. We run out of funding on May 31st. I believe the contract has been extended, but the ability to extend the contract was put in place earlier, but the funding expires. We run out of funding on May 31st. This would carry us essentially through the end of June, at which point we anticipate very shortly after that being able to work with the state funding that we all expect to receive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if anyone else wants to talk about it, this requires 8 votes to lay on the table. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, that item has been laid on the table. Again, I will say that there's an alternative version that's in the works right now. You'll see it soon, by the time we get to that item, hopefully. And that will be 10B1. So next we have item 10D1, supplemental. It's 10D1B, Information Memorandum, AIM 80-2024, Planning Board, Kyle Merka. So then we have item 11E, Information Memorandum, unnumbered, concerning text communications between Henning, Inc. and Anchorage Health Department's Housing Service Division Manager. This item is supplemental. Next, we have item 13A from Assemblymember Volland. It is unnumbered AIM, subject AO 2024-14, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 9.04.010 and 9.14.040 to prohibit vehicular traffic from executing a turn on red in the Central Business Traffic District. Information for the Assembly's consideration. Next, we have for item 14N, unnumbered AM, Assembly members Bronco, Rivera, Volland, AO 2024-55S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 15.20.020 and 16.125.065 to reduce the standard 15-day prohibited campsite abatement notice to 10 days and to prioritize abatement activities for prohibited campsites near. There's that little Scrivener's error in that title. If we can fix it. Protected uses with more than 25 tents or shelter structures and within a specified distance of a licensed homeless and transient shelter. And the final laid on the table item at this time is supplemental to 14O. This is an unnumbered AIM, Assembly Vice Chair Zalatel and Assembly Member Solt, and AR submitted as an alternative action for AO 2024-56, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the importance of the Ship Creek Small Boat Launch, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 11.50 to establish maintenance and operations of the Ship Creek Small Boat Launch as a duty and responsibility of the Don Young Port of Alaska, requiring development of an action plan for future funding, maintenance, and operations and related matters. So I believe at this time that takes care of the supplemental items to be laid on the table and the one requiring a vote. So next, I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none. The addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. So now we'll move on to appearance requests. On the agenda we have one appearance request, and that is Eric Glatt, 9A. Mr. Glatt, come forward. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Yep, you're on.
All right, thank you. My name is Eric Glatt. I live in District 1. I'm also the Executive Director of Borealis Legal Services. I wanted to make a few observations and a suggestion as to the issue of homelessness. First, we've seen improvement on the issue of how this community responds to homelessness. I think as Member Zalatel framed it while presenting to the Committee on Housing and Homelessness not too long ago, our system is maturing. And I think part of that maturing process has been locking in more institutional relationships, which has been beneficial to the community. At the same time, I've also observed Assembly members express a lot of frustration at the extent to which they have to get into the weeds on this issue and develop solutions that address the breadth and variety of solutions that we need, and they are very complex, and it's asking a lot of the Assembly to get drilled down on each and every one of them. And I've also observed that we still have some very significant shortcomings, notwithstanding the improvements we have made. And for the two really pressing, obvious examples are, again, our winter shelter system is winding down or decompressing, notwithstanding the ability to keep the cold weather shelter open year-round. Again, we're returning hundreds of people to the streets of Anchorage without any coherent, comprehensive plan in place to address their needs, let alone the needs of all the people who never made it into shelter last winter. And second, as to getting into shelter in the winter, we did not address the needs of everybody who needed it last winter, and the clock is already ticking right now on making plans for next winter. And unfortunately, I think whether there's a change in administration or not, you're going to have to remain in the weeds for quite a while longer to make sure that there's enough planning this go around to exceed the performance of last year. And this gets me to the proposal I want to make. I want to plant a little seed. And that's to ask you to ask yourselves, how can we institutionalize greater accountability to the people of Anchorage when it comes to homelessness, no matter who is sitting on the Assembly and who is sitting on the 8th floor? And the suggestion that has occurred to me is it might be time to create a position like the auditor, like the chief equity officer, reporting to both the Assembly and the administration, ideally protected from being removed from office except for cause, to be a long-term strategic thinker on behalf of the community, reporting again to the legislative body, the executive branch, and most importantly, the people of Anchorage, to do the hard, detailed, difficult work of thinking about what a system-wide solution would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda we have the consent agenda. So for the consent agenda, items 10A through 10F, they are typically routine and non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, ordinances, and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So next, we'll go ahead and go down the dais and poll items. So start with you, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
I would ask that we pull, I believe it's a late on table item, is it 10 Baker 1?
10B1. Was that
That was
correct?
related to the funding for the shelter.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. My item was pulled, but I do want to request for 10G6, just for introduction, to request that the chair set the public hearing for June 25th and not June 11th, as is the default.
So, Madam Clerk, would you please make sure that is set for the second meeting in June?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A2, please.
All right, is that it? Ms. Bronca?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to pull 10D15, 10D20, and 10D26.
So that's 10D15, 10D20, and 10D26.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Salatel.
10 Delta 9 and 10 Delta 29.
All right. Mr. Johnson.
10A1.
All right. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My item has been pulled.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. None, please.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. No items.
And I will pull item 10A3. Okay, I'm going to go back to the list. So 10A1, Mr. Johnson, 10A2, Mr. Vaughn, 10A3, Mr. Constant, 10B1, Mr. Salt, 10D9, Ms. Zalatel, 10D15, 20, and 26, Ms. Bronga, 10D29, Ms. Zalatel, and that's all the items that are pulled. Did I miss anything? Okay. Excellent. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Bond. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent. An objection? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda has now been adopted. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. If you're here to see action on any of those listed items on the consent agenda that were not pulled, those items have been passed and accepted. Okay, now we'll go through the pulled items. So 10A1, Resolution AR 2024-168, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly commemorating June 6, 2024 as the 80th anniversary of D-Day and gratefully remembering and honoring the courageous Allied service members who participated in the invasion of Fortress Europe. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I think I'll be reading and Member Littlefield will be presenting.
Want to make a motion?
Oh, motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Johnson moves to approve, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing, hearing none, this item has been approved. Come on forward, folks. Mr. Williams, Commander.
Whereas, for over 4 years following the fall of France in 1940, most of Europe was occupied and terrorized by the military forces of Nazi Germany, with freedom being suppressed and justice being denied for millions of persons. And whereas, by 1944, 2 million Allied troops from over 12 countries, including the United States, Canada, Australia, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, the Netherlands, France, Greece, New Zealand, Norway, and Poland, were in Great Britain in preparation for the invasion of Hitler's Fortress Europe, which would be the largest amphibious invasion in history. And whereas Operation Neptune, more commonly known as D-Day, the first stage of Operation Overlord, the Allied campaign to liberate Europe from the Nazis, was launched on June 6, 1944, when shortly after midnight, 2,200 Allied bombers attacked targets inland and along the French coast. This was followed by 24,000 American, British, and Canadian airborne assault troops and 1,200 aircraft. And whereas the second phase of the invasion of the Normandy coastline was commenced at 5:30 a.m. when nearly 133,000 Allied troops were landed on Omaha, Utah, Gold, Juneau, and Sword beaches, having been escorted and transported across the English Channel by an Allied naval force comprised of nearly 7,000 naval vessels and 195,000 naval personnel from 8 Allied nations, who also carried out bombardments of the German coastal defense and provided artillery support for the invading Allied troops, while Allied air forces flew over 14,000 sorties in support of the landings. And whereas the Allied invasion force met stiff resistance from the German forces defending the beaches, with over 10,000 Allied service members killed, wounded, or missing in action on June 6th, including 6,603 Americans, 2,700 British, and 946 Canadians. Fighting tenaciously, the Allied forces managed to secure a foothold on the Normandy beachhead that signaled the beginning of the end of Nazi subjugation of Europe. And whereas the Normandy American Cemetery is the resting place for 9,387 Americans who gave their lives during the landing operations and in the establishment of the beachhead. These young men came from every state in the District of Columbia. They came from many backgrounds, cultures, and religions with one common denominator. They answered the call of their nation to help liberate Europe from the forces of tyranny and oppression. We must never forget their dedication and sacrifice for the freedom of others and service to our nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly commemorates June 6, 2024 as the 80th anniversary of D-Day and gratefully acknowledges the courage and sacrifice of the Allied service members who participated in the invasion of Fortress Europe, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of May, 2024.
The microphone is off. Welcome, and please tell us your name and tell us
Good
your thoughts.
evening. I'm Charlene Martin, representing our veterans and our Veterans Service Organization. I am the American Legion Commander for Post 1. Thank you for your D-Day resolution honoring our veterans. The American Legion mission is to end veteran suicide through our Be the One mission. You can assist when you see a veteran and their family members. Thank them for their service. When you meet a veteran from Vietnam, welcome them home. I will encourage each of you to visit your nearest Veterans Service Organization, the American Legion, AMVETS, and the VFW on Memorial Day. God bless America, and God bless our troops. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams. Hit that. There you go.
Thank you indeed for this presentation, and I accept it on behalf of Chappie James, Post of the American Legion, but I also accept it on behalf of soldiers, both women and men, who paid the ultimate price for our freedom, and those left at home, like my mother. 7 days after I was born, Pearl Harbor was bombed. My father, along with a great number of his colleagues, disappeared, and it was women who took up the mission in our community. It was women who went into the compress and did the work that the men had vacated. It was women who raised the babies. It was my mother who took me down to the compress and nursed me while she extracted cotton for the war effort. Those men and women who gave the sacrifice both at home and abroad deserve our recognition. I used to shun the fact that I was a veteran because I came through the Vietnam era, and we were not so welcomed when we came home. So I rarely told anybody that I was a veteran. Here in Alaska, veterans are treated better than anywhere in the United States, and I am so proud of that. Recently, I was selected and went on the honor flight. This is where veterans are taken back to Washington, D.C. to visit the monuments, and you have a guardian who pushes you around in a wheelchair in some instances. I was teamed with a young man from Georgia, a biker, a person who supports Donald Trump, a person who encounter. He had very little interaction with African Americans except in this encounter. We went to the Lincoln Memorial, but the last memorial we attended was Dr. Martin Luther King, who stood for peace, who stood against the war. We Americans have served both peacefully and violently to maintain peace, and we should not take it so lightly. I am so honored to be so old and to have lived through what I have lived through, and I am so proud of my city that stands up for veterans just like the state of Alaska does. And thank you tonight for this wonderful honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wines. Next, we have 10A2 AR 2024-169, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing Anchorage Community Mental Health Services, Inc., DBA Alaska Behavioral Health, on the occasion of the company's 50th anniversary. This item was pulled by Mr. Volland.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Bronga. And I have Ms. Bronga reading, Mr. Volland presenting.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should ask you to vote. Members may, I'm going to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing seen none. Item is adopted. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
Mr. Chair, sorry, I would like to be added as a sponsor.
Okay.
And I imagine others might be as well.
Does anyone object to being added as a sponsor? Then we'll go ahead and add everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could you also add the mayor?
Sure. All right, is there someone here to receive this? All right, come on down.
Whereas Anchorage Community Mental Health Services, Inc., ACMHS, Inc., DBA Alaska Behavioral Health Incorporated on June 11, 1974 by John Baker, John R. Beard, James Hotchkiss, and James A. Smith to develop and implement a program of mental health care that will provide comprehensive and continuous mental health services, including prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and aftercare to people in the community of Greater Anchorage, Alaska. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. has operated continuously ever since, operating for some years as South Central Counseling Center and since June 2020 as Alaska Behavioral Health. And where ACMHS, Inc. has adapted and evolved to provide services as funding mechanisms adhere to state of Alaska priorities and respond to evolving client needs. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. established the Alaska Child Trauma Center in 2005, became a member of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, and ever since has been developing expertise in trauma-informed care and trauma treatments and educating providers and the public to increase awareness of the impacts of trauma, including hosting an annual Alaska Advanced Trauma Training Institute. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. has added clinics in Fairbanks, Wasilla, and telehealth services and is now the largest outpatient provider of mental health services in Alaska, while maintaining its most significant presence in Anchorage with 9 facilities in the municipality serving clients. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. Board of Directors agreed in 2014 to take over operation of Alaska Youth Advocates, staffing the Power Center Youth Drop-In and Outreach Program, which serves young people in Anchorage experiencing challenges, and that same year established Alaska Seeds of Change to provide vocational training opportunities for young people through age 23. And whereas the Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinic at Alaska Behavioral Health was established in 2020 to serve the significant military and veteran population in Anchorage and Alaska. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. continues to assess community needs and establish programs to help address them, and has advanced care in Alaska by focusing on the use of evidence-based practices. And whereas ACMHS, Inc. has demonstrated its commitment to its vision of wellness for everyone and has significantly contributed to the well-being of Anchorage community. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly wishes to thank Anchorage Community Mental Health Services, Inc., DBA Alaska Behavioral Health, for its long years of service to Anchorage residents and recognize its 50th anniversary, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of May 2024.
Welcome. Hit the green button for the mic. There you go.
Is that on? Hi, I'm Jessica Cochran. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Communications for Alaska Behavioral Health. Thank you so much, Assemblymember Bronga. I think you just demonstrated why we changed our DBA name to Alaska Behavioral Health with that reading. But nevertheless, we're very proud of our 50-year history of serving the Anchorage community, and we're very aware that there's a lot of work still to be done. So we look forward to continuing to expand our services and continuing to grow to meet the needs of the community for the next 50 years and hopefully beyond. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, now item 10A3, AR number 2024-175, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing John Crabb for his many years of public service and celebrating his well-earned retirement. Mr. Constant, you pulled this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Asking for unanimous consent. Okay, that item is approved. Mr. Constant is reading and Mr. Rivera is presenting. Please go ahead.
I hope I can get through this. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing John Crabb for his many years of public service and celebrating his well-earned retirement. Whereas John Crabb first joined the municipality of Anchorage as contractor, providing nearly a decade of invaluable service and excellent support to the municipality's video center. In 2023, he was hired by the Anchorage Fire Department as the video center director and producer, where he served for the past 11 years. And whereas John has been instrumental in numerous technological changes that have impacted the municipality's television channel and video production for the past 20 years, and as the producer of the live Anchorage Assembly and Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, John likely knows more about the sometimes boring, sometimes spicy functioning of local government bodies than anyone else in Anchorage. Whereas he's been the recipient of various video production awards, including the National Telly Award for the AFD Magazine Series with the International Association of Firefighters Award for the AFD Magazine Series, the Communicators Award of Excellence for Going Your Way for the Transit Department, and received a unit citation for his contributions to the AFD Safety and Training Division. And whereas in 2021, after receiving multiple nominations, John won the Alaska Press Club's First Amendment Award because of his actions he took at a volatile Anchorage Assembly meeting in October 2021 as a municipal mask mandate was under consideration. As tempers flared, an appointed government official directed Mr. Crabb to cut the live feed of the Assembly meeting while hundreds of people were watching online. He refused and referred the government official to his supervisors, who both upheld Mr. Crabb's refusal to follow the unlawful order to cut the live feed, earning him the title, LUSAC Line in the Sand. And whereas one person who nominated Mr. Crabb wrote, Mr. Crabb's steadfast refusal to cut the live feed of the public meeting in the face of the heated atmosphere and at the direction of a government official shows courage and persistence in upholding the First Amendment rights and values for all citizens. The support of his superiors, of his actions, is equally brave in upholding the First Amendment right of the press and the public to have open and transparent access to the government. In addition, whereas to this dedicated service to the municipality, John is also a masterful gardener, an enthusiastic fisherman, an accomplished musician whose guitar chops with local bands have earned him the sobriquet King Crab. Whereas after nearly 20 years of stewardship of the video center, John Crab will retire from his post, dedicating more time to all of these joyful endeavors. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly thanks John Lusac, Line in the Sand, Crab, for his years of exemplary work, his delightful good humor on many late-night assembly meetings, and his defense of the First Amendment, and wishes him the very best in his retirement. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 21st day of May, 2024.
For the record, Deputy Chief Eric Shinneman. On behalf of Chief Schrage, I would like to thank Chair Constant, Vice Chair Zalato, and all of the Anchorage Assembly for sponsoring and passing this resolution for Fire Training Specialist John Crab. John, I don't know how many tens of thousands of hours probably of filming and editing you've done over your decades here, but I've always been impressed with your work. You've worked on projects for myself of great importance for the department as well as others, public safety announcements, and of course supporting Anchorage Assembly and beyond. It is referenced in there, he does have a green thumb, and I will say he grows some very tasty Carolina Reapers. But kind of going out the door, I wish you and your wife the best, and buddy, fair winds and following seas.
Mr. Crab, oh, you turned it off. There you go.
Thank you. I'll be brief, like Ms. Bronco. Is this on? Thank you very much. I have a couple of things to say. I have been here for some 3,500 hours of meetings in this room. First off, I would like to thank the Anchorage Fire Department, one of the finest organizations you can ever work for. Chief Shinneman, Chief Schrage, Chief Boyd. These folks don't like having their pictures taken. They don't like people nosing around their business, but they have always given me their complete cooperation, and we have been able to pass on the knowledge of safety and training, keeping our people safe, and in the same hand, keeping the public safe. So, now to the Assembly. So as it said, I've been here some 3,000 hours, a mishmash of nonsense, misinformation, disinformation, and what can only be described as local politics, unedited, unrestrained, unfiltered. Politics are local. This is where it's done. So, rather than go through all of this, which is more like a Martin Luther King report, I oddly enough, on the very last page of what I wrote a few weeks ago, I have some advice, and that is please, please, please never reinstate public testimony at the beginning of the meeting. I'm serious. The experiment was implemented not that long ago and proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that a group of disenfranchised citizens whose main goal was to gain clicks on their social media account, front-loaded each meeting with inflammatory rhetoric that set a confrontational tone for the rest of the night. You tried it, it didn't work. Don't do it. And with that, goodbye.
Well, not yet, not yet. Ms. Salato. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just for our public record, I would like to be added as a sponsor, and I'm sure many of my colleagues would as well.
Any objections? Okay. Well, I have some words. John. Sometimes it comes down to one person saving the Republic. And in our small way, you are that man. And you will be honored forever for it. Thank you. There are 4 of us left here who were here. And we know the score. And while the tide marches on, and memories become faint and faded, and it wasn't that big of a deal, those of us who are here, we remember. And we are bound in that moment. And you are a hero. And I'm grateful.
Thank you.
So the next item is 10B1. Are we ready for that? Do we have the item? Anna, are we going to do it by amendment?
Mr. Chair, I believe the intent is to do it by voice amendment, but we could also
Okay.
change the order of the day, either way. But there's not a written item being prepared to my knowledge.
Okay, but it is 10B1. And so, go ahead, Ms. Salato.
Thank you. This item concerns the shelter funding for the East 56 shelter, and I'm the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and I've previously been excused from such items and would ask to be excused now.
All right. It is found that you do have a personal financial interest. So next we have item 10B1, which is AR unnumbered 2024, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly to reappropriate $515,420 from Pay for Success Grant 206000 to Anchorage Health Department and AHD Housing and Homelessness 2900000967 bridge funding for the cold weather shelter through June 30, 2024. This item was pulled by Mr. Salt. You have a motion, Mr. Salt?
It would be moved to approve, and I pulled it simply because I want to vote on something that we hadn't seen yet. So move to approve.
All right, so there's a motion to approve. You have seen it. It's been shared. It was shared as item 10G7, but it was introduced as item 10B1. So there's a motion to approve by Mr. Salt.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. So, okay. Now we have the motion on the floor. Mr. Colheiss.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd move to amend this, and my amendment would be in every location, I can read the locations if needed, but every location where there's either text or digits that say $515,420, that would be changed to $500,000, and I can explain the reason behind that.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Colheiss, seconded by Ms. Brawley. The amendment is to $500,000, wherever it says $515,420. Any discussion on the item? Mr. Rivera.
Yeah,
I guess, hold on, Mr. Colheiss, if you want to go first, because he made the motion, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We recognize that, of course, we laid this on the table, so there is some urgency to have this funding in place for sheltering to continue beyond May 31st. We also recognize a bit belatedly that anything over $1,000 requires the second public hearing. So we had some discussion, including with some members just during the meeting here, about whether to bifurcate isn't the right word, but split the amounts, or whether just to go with the $500,000 number. In discussions with the health department, we're fairly confident that we can effectuate the month of sheltering for $500,000, and if that did not come to pass, we would bring forward a separate appropriation for the balance, but we're confident we can make it work with $500,000. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was my understanding that because of our Title VII rules, that 500,000 is the actual number where it requires not 500,001 cent, but actually 500,000. So can I get some clarity on that, please?
Yeah, thank you. I believe I just read a code section that says it's 6.10.085, and I believe it says in excess of $500,000. So. All right, Mrs. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank the administration for bringing this forward. I know there was a conversation had that Mr. Rivera already spoke to last week at Housing and Homelessness, and also thank you to everybody for the quick work figuring out what is legally allowed. So I just want to say a couple things on the record. First, if there is need for additional funding in the month of June, that I believe that's something that we would support, but it will take a public hearing because of that language around in excess, because this is considered one contract. So just to note, that is why we are taking this action tonight, recognizing the urgency. And then the second thing, again, I just want to say, because this has been a bit of a back and forth at this particular shelter and with this activity, is that I hope that this is not characterized as the Assembly trying to throw up roadblocks to this or making it more difficult unnecessarily in this meeting, because we need to follow our appropriation procedures, and I'm glad that we all were able to work together in real time collaboratively to figure it out before we got to this point. So again, thank you, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Claes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say I too appreciate the back and forth. I think we came to a good solution, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca.
I only wanted to remark that this Pay for Success money, it has measurable success when you house people, and it's a pretty unique program. It would be nice if we use this Pay for Success at the shelter, that there were some measures in place, that there were outcomes that we would expect from our shelter residents.
All right, anyone? Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. I think my comment's more appropriate for the main motion.
Okay, that's right, we're on the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection to the amendment? The amendment is adopted. So now we have the main motion, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think getting to why this particular pot of money is being discussed. So I think there are only probably a handful of members who were here when the Assembly approved the 5-year contract agreement with United Way for the Pay for Success model. And that contract was a $4.5 million contract. I got this communication earlier today from United Way. Of that $4.5 million 5-year contract, so far about a little more than $3.5 million has been paid out. So there is some money that was over appropriated in the November 2024 budget cycle for the Pay for Success. And so that is why we have this available money. I think there's going to be discussions at some point about, do we continue the Pay for Success model, and what does that look like? What are the financial resources necessary on the municipality side to make something like that happen? And that'll be a future discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just briefly add as well, just so the public is tracking what's going on. This is basically what's called bridge funding in the resolution, but the purpose of it is so that we can continue operating the shelter starting June 1st. the Midtown Shelter, because there's a period of time that we're still in, and we'll still be in until the end of June, where we won't know if we're getting the $4 million. And even if it is a certain thing and the governor says, I'm not going to veto it, we certainly are going to get it. It's still part of the state fiscal year, which starts July 1st. And so there's just a timing issue, and we kind of knew this was always going to be the case regardless of the outcome of that funding. And so this simply allows us to continue operating it. So there's two scenarios. One is the hopeful one, and the one that I think we're have good reason to believe will come to pass, which is that we will get that $4 million. And so we could potentially replenish this money through a future appropriation using that state funding for summer operations. The other alternative is if we do not get that funding, then the shelter will close by June 30th because there will not be further money to operate it over the summer, which we've said consistently. And then this money is essentially not taking from some other current appropriation that is intended to be used. So just to be very clear, that's what this is being used for. We hope it is for short-term bridge funding, but either way, it will continue operations of the shelter through June.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to Mr. Rivera's comment regarding United Way and the funding allocated for this particular program. Can you just make sure we're clear that this allocation is not taking money away from the money that was allocated to United Way for that program?
In short, yes. We are not taking away from the $4.5 million contractual obligation that we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything further? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
All right, thank you. On a vote of 10-0, we have approved item 10B1. It's an unnumbered AR resolution, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly reappropriating $500,000 from Pay for Success to the Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness Bridge Funding. That item has been adopted. Next, we have item 10D9. 10D9 is AM 450-2024, recommendation of award of a proprietary contract with Chugash Electric Association, Inc. for the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Alaska for the microgrid battery energy storage system project. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of June 11th.
Second.
Motion postponed, Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't have room to get this on our Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting this past week because we were all so busy, but it is set for work session on Friday, May 31st. And then we can learn more and bring this item back at the next available meeting. We've already consulted with the port, who's graciously agreed that that schedule will work for them.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to the motion to postpone.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 450-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of June 11th. Next, we have item 10D15. 10D15 is AM 467-2024, new package store sampling endorsement for package store license number 686 held by Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug Whaler.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take up 15, 20, and 26 together.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and read them all, 15, 20, and 26. So I'll start over. 10D15 is AM 467-2024, new package store sampling endorsement for package store license number 686 held by Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug Whaler. Next we have 10D20, AM 472-2024, new package store sampling endorsement for package store license number 169 held by Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug Bragaw. And 10D26 is AM 478-2024, new package store sampling endorsement for package store license number 4558 held by Liquor Stores USA North, Inc., DBA Brown Jug. Go ahead.
Move to approve.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Bronga.
I pulled these mainly because of my error. I was at Northeast Community Council, Jack, and I had members there concerned about samples at liquor stores, and I told them, well, there will be an opportunity to testify. And then when I looked in my binder, I saw that these are on the consent agenda, so there really won't be an opportunity for them to comment on them. And I myself knew very little about how this samples will go. In my head, a sample is a Dixie Riddle cup where you taste it and see what it tastes like. But when I read the state's explanation of it in 305.340, it can be 12 ounces of beer cider of 8.5% alcohol or less, and that is a pretty stout beer. And for wine, it's 6 ounces of wine or sake, and you could have 1.5 ounces of distilled spirits. And I feel like that's different than what people have in their head of what a sample is. And so I'm hoping that I can postpone these so that the community has a chance to comment on them. So I'd like to postpone to June 11th.
So there's a technical legal question on if we don't approve these tonight, and I don't know that anybody's going to know the answer, Dean. If we don't approve these tonight, do they just become in effect like a protest if we fail to miss our deadlines on the protest? So, but there's a motion to postpone. There's a technical question of can we? And did we have a second? No, it's not seconded yet.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I just arrived. I'm still logging in to pull up this item. Usually the document says when our last day for the Assembly to issue a protest is with the state of Alaska.
This is not a protest item.
No.
It's not a protest item.
I do need just a minute while I pull this up. And
oh, it is a protest. It is a
only.
protest. Okay, we need to get a better title for them so it's clear about that.
So I believe typically when they're here in our 10D section of the agenda, it's because the clerk's office in processing has determined there's no reason to protest, and they go here on our consent agenda. It's if there's some grounds to protest that it would appear in our section 15s. So that isn't the case here. So, and I think for Ms. Bronga, I mean, I need to double check myself, but as I recall, if there is a protest, then there would be an opportunity for a public hearing here before the Assembly determines to protest one of these liquor license, I guess, sampling endorsements or other type of issuance from the APC board. Since this is not stating a protest to issuing the sampling, there's no need for a public hearing here, but at the state level, people might be able to testify there. They have a new process now, so other people here maybe know more about that new process at the state level than I do. So my apologies, I'll try to pull this up and get up to speed.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to propose, is that we take these 3 items and just hold them for a little while. We're going to reach out to our licensing clerk and get her on board. And so we might take these up after the dinner break, but so let's just hold these items for now. And right now, there is a motion to approve on the floor. No. think for the good of the order, we're going to take a little more time on these. First time any of these have ever come across our table, so it's new world. But the Assembly did, in fact, approve like 10 of them already tonight, so because they weren't pulled. All right, so next up on the agenda, we have...
Sorry, actually, before we move on, point of information. So what is, if we hold these, what is the opportunity for the public to weigh in? And
email, or, they can put a resolution together and send us in writing. But we will come back and deal with all of this when we have our final legal advice tonight.
Got it.
So we can just be efficient.
Thanks.
Yeah. And ultimately, the question is, when does our right to protest disappear? If it's 60 days, then that's before June 11th. That's June 4th, because it was sent to us April 4th, according to the documents. And so, anyhow, so for that reason, there's a lot of questions we'll figure it out before we finish the night. We'll have answers, hopefully. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is going to be 10D29, I believe. 10D29 is Assembly Memorandum AM 426-2024, Planning Board, Ashley Ploy. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move to rescind the motion to postpone this appointment.
Second.
So a motion to rescind has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Bowen. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the time I checked when we made the motion to postpone this planning board appointment, there had not been quorum issues, but subsequent, like that same week, there was a resignation from the planning board. And when we also had communication from Mr. Spinell. And so everything was confirmed by Mr. Lyon. They do need these planning board appointments. So if you vote in favor of the motion to postpone, or sorry, the motion to rescind the postponement, what it does is it brings the item back, and then I can make a motion to approve.
Right. Any further discussion on the motion? Motion is now before us. Any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the motion has been adopted. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I just want to state that what I think is important for these appointments, particularly in this period of time while we examine boards and commissions, are those that can't or are on the cusp of whether or not they can make quorum and could affect our immediate building season. The plating board is one such place, and so I think it is appropriate to move a plating board appointment forward. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Oh, go ahead, Mr. President. No. Okay. No one else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to approve.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 426-2024 has passed the body. I believe at this time that concludes our consent agenda. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask the chair for a quick moment of personal privilege. Today we received a formal request for the release of body-worn camera footage with regard to an officer-involved shooting and the death of Mr. Christopher Hardy on May 13th. I'm requesting that APD provide the Assembly in writing by this week's end on May 24th, APD's response to the call to release the footage, especially now that other footage of the incident has been made public. I am also asking that APD consult with the Municipal Attorney's Office so that any legal analysis can be included in the communication. Finally, if it is APD's continued position that the release of the footage has to be at the end of an investigation, clarity on exactly what constitutes the end of the investigation is requested. This written communication should be provided to all members. This request is made so that the Assembly can be clear on APD and the MOA's position regarding the release of the footage, and then the Assembly can consider the information and possible policy options available to it. I'm hoping that this communication can be communicated with Acting Chief Cross. She was here earlier. Unfortunately, she has left, and I will follow up in writing as well, copying the municipal manager. Thank you.
Right, so one last thing to note. We already read our resolution honoring veterans and World War II veterans, and I see we've been joined by a group of individuals from the Hmong community who are veterans who have served our country with honor, and I wanted to offer that in the spirit of Memorial Day, we also honor you for your service to this country. Thank you all, and we'll have you back next year. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take our regularly scheduled dinner break. Was this?
Do you want it?
No. All right, everybody, welcome back. We'll go back on the record now. We're going to roll back the calendar and go back to items 10D15, 10D20, and 10D26. So there was a motion to postpone to June 11th, but there was a question for legal counsel. Dean, are you ready to answer?
Motion to approve on the floor, the motion postponed was not seconded.
Okay, that's fair enough. So we have a motion to approve on the floor, but are you ready to go to provide some analysis, Mr. Gates? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And so with regard to these three items that were pulled, which are applications for sampling endorsements, the process is here, or each of those AMs that we have that you pulled say that the Assembly is waiving the right to protest. So we're basically just communicating that there's no protest from the local governing body. We have a process before this where community councils can say they want to, or Assembly members can tell the clerk they want to protest. Then it might be pulled for something different, but that's not what happened here. However, that doesn't mean that we're foreclosed from individuals filing some objection to those sampling endorsements. I heard Ms. Bronga, you say you had a constituent who wanted to object, and there's a process for individuals. I will send you that information. The deadline for the Assembly to act on these, if you wanted to postpone them, which I think you mentioned, because each of these, all three of them, were received the same date, April 4th. The municipality has 60 days to communicate an objection. So pulling them for the next meeting, which is June 11th, is too late because 60 days expires June 4th. So we need to either act today or not. And I believe Mr. Constant also asked, what if we take no action on these and they're not approved? It would be basically being silenced from the local governing body, and the deadline passes June 4th. It would function similarly as a waiver of objection. However, it's a lot clearer to everybody involved and the parties if there's communication that there's no objection. And so that's what we're doing as a local governing body. There's a procedure for individuals, which I will send to you by email, Ms. Braga. And I did look at the ABC board. When they receive an individual's objection, they will first consider whether they should hold a public hearing. And I guess it depends on what's stated and so forth. An individual has to serve the ABC board and the applicant. And again, I'll send you those instructions. But their next meeting is June 25th. So there's a little bit of time for your constituents to take some action if they wanted. And Mr. Constant, I hope I answered all the questions.
There's
relevant to
one
those
more
items.
question. So, new members, new body, what is the standard for an actual protest?
Well, we have amended our code that lists out all these public safety considerations in order to file a protest. But you can't just protest for any reason. A protest is evaluated under the arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable standard. So you really have to have some good cause to protest a liquor license or an endorsement application. It's treated as a property right. So you can't just willy-nilly say we protest. You need to have some sort of, I guess, evidence or testimony that the operator is a bad licensee and has public safety concerns and so forth. And that's sort of just stating it roughly.
Right, and there's the idea that a use can be incompatible with an area, but it has to be based on facts, not just opinion, right? There has to be some kind
Yes,
of
sir.
factual record with findings that demonstrates the specific case and cause. That way it's not to be found arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. And so, okay, I have a cue if you want to
Yes, sir.
put yourself in, but okay, thank you. So Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of fun to see these coming forward because there was basically years of discussion around this idea. And I just wanted to briefly share about how these work, and I understand we're looking at these specific items, but in general, what is in the state statute, and of course will be implemented differently depending on the business, is the limits that Ms. Bronga read out are actually totals, and so the way that the statute reads is that you can offer up to 12 ounces of beer or cider, up to whatever the numbers were, and I won't quote them because I can't remember them in detail, or a combination of them not to exceed any one of those totals. So the idea is not that it's additive, you can't have all of that beer, all of that wine, all of that liquor, that it's up to the store really whether they want to do a ticket system or have a specific sampling set, whatever they want to do, those are the limits. And the reason they're in there is the result of public health folks really advocating in the room with industry, because there were industry members who wanted this activity. It is common in other states. Many other places do it with alcohol, either from the store itself or on a third-party distributor. And so really the conversation was, if we're going to allow this, how do we put reasonable restrictions on it to protect public health? And so what's in the state statute is the result of that. And way back then, we knew, for example, Anchorage has had a history of problem package stores. And so the part of the reason why it's an endorsement and not an inherent activity of the license is because if there is an issue, that endorsement could get pulled from the store, whether it's a suspension or a permanent taking away of that endorsement, and it would not necessarily impact the underlying license. And the problem that was being solved at the time was that the ABC board historically has been reluctant to basically suspend or revoke a license because of the financial implications for that business and the standard of proof that's needed. So this endorsement system is really to give flexibility on the endorsement side, or on the enforcement side, as well as for the businesses. So so again, that's not specific for these three. I don't know how Brown Jug is going to handle their own sampling, but that's really the context behind sampling endorsements generally. Thanks.
Right, Ms. Bronca.
So I just want to make sure that, so at this point, this is going forward no matter what, because community councils were notified, and they could still make a comment now to the ABC board about their concerns, but it sounds like you were saying that that would be arbitrary and capricious if it's been passed by the state and they're allowing sampling. We can't just say we don't want it in our community.
Put myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, so we don't have the right to tell a liquor licensee whether they can or can't operate. The license is granted by the state. We're advisory to the state's process. Now, if the assembly communicates an actual protest, not a waiver of a protest, or the other term that we have is a conditional protest, which is just so they can complete their paperwork, get their taxes paid, and get everything set up so they can open, then the process becomes an extraordinary and litigious process. And we have one right now that goes to an appeals court on the 13th of June that's been ongoing for almost 3 years for one license being denied from an operator that had a license in another location. And so the main point is we don't control it. Like, we do have the right under the marijuana laws to grant or remove a license. But we don't have that because alcohol has been around longer than the muni has, and the state laws has primacy there. And so we are only able to appeal to the state board to act. They're reticent to act without a very clear record of violations or cause. Like in one case, we had an operator that runs nightclubs and gets really loud, wild video of wildness at 3 in the morning. And there's like 60 residents right there. And so they made an argument, and their argument was sustained. But just because we don't like it or don't want it or think it's too much won't meet the factual basis needed to make the protest in earnest. Yeah, that's at least my experience now. And
Appreciate the clarification.
I can say of this body, Mr. Rivera has one licensee who he had to go through this whole process with, and I've had 2. And it's a miserable experience because it takes so long and it's so expensive, and these are people's rights. So, all right. Anyone else on the question? The question is a motion to approve 10D 15, 20, and 26. I'm seeing, hearing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so on a vote of 10 to 1, AM 467-2024, AM 472-2024, and AM 478-2024 have passed the body. So that now brings us to our 11s. So we have 11A, AM 420-2024, Bidding Review Board, Danny Chad Soreko. No motion pending.
Move to approve.
Motion to
Second.
approve, Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Bronga. So, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. The bidding review board is a board to take up if there's a conflict around the award of a contract after a competitive process. This board is not constituted right now. So the idea would be to get a board together so that we are not scrambling should we need one.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I did have I was the one who moved to postpone this to this meeting, so I appreciate the responses and email that I got from the administration answering some of my questions, and also clarification about what this board does. And I will also state I asked the administration specifically, is there anticipation of using this board? As Member Zalatil said, it has to do with a contract dispute, and at this time there was not something that they were aware of. So of course, that could change in the future, but that was the status right now. And I guess I also looked into this one. So this member is a member of the AWWU Board of Directors, is a current member, and I did look at the code for this board, and that is stated, but I do have one concern, which is that this person is a current employee, and that person is allowed to serve on the AWW board. There is a designated spot for an employee. My concern about this one is really, having a current employee on a 5-member board that currently has 3 people, if they are taking up an issue with a contract dispute, I just have concerns about whether they would be conflicted out. And just in general, I just question the utility, not to make a pun, but the utility of having current employees on boards that are designed to be for independent members of the public, essentially. So I'm just raising those concerns. Thanks.
Quick clarifying question. This one, the bidding review board is also an employee?
Yes, this person is a current employee, and they are serving in the employee seat on the AWWU board.
Understood. Okay, thank you. All right. So there's been much conversation of late about holding confirmations until we see the outcome of the transition and allowing the new mayor. But these two here are on a board that has not enough members to actually actively participate to do their business. And so these are different than some of the others. So anyone else wish to speak on this item? Mr. Johnson, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. I think Member Brawley raised an interesting question, so I was wondering if someone perhaps from legal would be willing to weigh in on that, the appropriateness of having a current employee serving on the current municipal employee serving on the bidding review board.
Mr. Chair, this is Chief of Staff. I'm not on the legal team, but I can respond to part of Member Johnson's question if the member is willing to entertain.
I'm fine with that.
And I think through the chair to Member Johnson, it's the same process that you would have with the conflict of interest. If this is something that touches that employee's area, they would be disclosing, and they would be DQ'd from any sort of vote that would touch their employment. But other than that we have many municipal employees that are serving on various boards, and my understanding is that if they handle something that touches their employment, they would have to disqualify themselves.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, AM 420-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11B, AM 421-2024, bidding review board, Sheila Ray Cernich. No motion pending. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, AM 421-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have AM 425-2024, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board of Directors, Gregory Wayne Larino. No motion pending. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatil and a seconded by Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Same rationale as previously. As we take up boards and commissions, I think we can have some of these conversations around the enterprise and utilities as they have boards and commissions. I think we should have that same conversation because I know the board of directors, particularly for AWU, plays some interesting roles, but how that information gets to us, I think, is something we need to continue to have conversation about, especially given the unique challenges coming in the water area around the new EPA regulations.
Any further discussion? Motion is to postpone. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, AM 425-2024 will be back before us on July 7th. Next we have, our 16th, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't know why I wrote July 7th. Item 11D now before us, AM 427-2024, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors, Frank Edwin McQuarrie. No motion pending.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Same rationale. Ms. Zalatil.
You already said it, yep.
All right, Mr. Byrd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak about this candidate. This was a finance candidate to be appointed to the ACDA. This is a candidate that has a strong background in finance and also GCI, spending time there. So we think it's a good candidate, and whether or not this motion to postpone is successful or not, I wanted to make sure the body was aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 9 to 2, AM 427-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of July 16th. 11E, AR 2024-162, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the expanded capacity of 200 individuals at 1111 East 56th Avenue Shelter. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. As the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness and our work directly with street outreach and shelters, I asked to be excused from this item as I previously was.
Yeah, I rule that you do have a substantial personal or financial interest in this item. You won't be excused. So there is no motion pending on this item.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Member Brawley has some amendments. I don't know if they're ready just yet.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I believe they may still be being prepared, oh, it looks like they're going to be ready.
So would you come on down here? Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So members will note that there's an AIM that was attached to this item during the laid on the table procedures, and the AIM is something else. I'm not going to go into the depth of what's in the documents that have been provided to you, but it warrants close consideration by the Assembly and by the administration to review the contents of the AIM and figure out what's going on. And so to that end, I have asked our legal team to draft a resolution that I'll be asking us to lay on the table here once this item is concluded, that will just request the department director, the Department of Health, or the Health Department director to provide a review and a report to us on the specific content of the AIM. And so I'm just taking this time while we wait for the attorneys to get back with potential amendments to put that on the record that this item was introduced and it is something that we just have to do our due diligence on. So we're still waiting for the amendment. So yeah, go ahead, Mr. President.
Just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. The amendments you're looking for are to request the response and report from the administration, or this is something you're just saying on the dais?
Yeah, I'm saying that's next. After we've done with this item is I'm going to ask to lay on the table a resolution that will request a report from the department head. And so, but no, the amendments are Ms. Brawley's. Because we're waiting, I didn't want to waste the time.
Thanks.
Yeah, I guess maybe what we'll do now is proceed on to 11. No, let's just wait. But let's just wait. None of them are easy. And not, okay.
Mr. Chair, the amendments have been emailed recently as well.
All right, so Mr. Salt, the amendments should be in your email.
I have it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'll just note there's two amendments. They're front and back. I'm going to move Brawley Amendment 1 first.
So a motion to amend is made by Mr.
Second.
Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This amendment simply strikes where it makes reference to holding 50 beds at the shelter for those who are being abated, because I believe, one, that's not necessary to specify in the resolution, and second, I don't believe that that's necessarily a realistic policy choice, and so I would recommend striking those. Thanks.
Anyone else? Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the intent of Member Brawley's amendment here. I've thought long and hard about the efficacy of this provision, and I just can't get myself to support it. I still don't fully grasp how this provision will be fully implemented or be helpful to the system as a whole this summer, which I've raised quite a lot. So at this point, I can't support this provision and urge a yes vote on the amendment. Thanks.
All right, anyone else on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, the amendment is passed. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I'd like to move a Brawley amendment number 2.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. This adds a whereas clause and then some language in the effective date section that essentially reminds all of us and states that in order to extend or in order to operate this outside of the winter months when the average daily temperature drops, that it needs to be done with activation of the shelter plan, which can either be done by a declaration of emergency by the mayor or determination by the health department director. It is neutral on which of those things the administration chooses, but it says that this expansion of 200 beds would be effective after either of those two things happens.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt?
No.
On a vote of 9-1, the item has been amended. Next, we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to speak on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AR 2024-162 as amended has passed the body. Mr. Hurt? Ms. Brawley? Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would move to lay on the table this unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting Anchorage Health Department's acting director conduct a full review of Henning Inc. contracted operations and its compliance with the contractor's own policies and duty to provide safe shelter space for its clients.
Second.
Mr. Constant has moved and Mr. Rivera has seconded.
So it's pretty straightforward, a little bit of a description of why. It asks in Section 1, the Anchorage Health Department Acting Director to conduct a full review of Henning's contracted operations, prioritizing the 56th Avenue shelter to ensure compliance with the contracts and its own policies and procedures, and asks the Health Department Director to request deliver reports. So this is a motion to lay on the table, and so it requires 8 votes. And I would ask my peers to support the motion so we can discuss the context. Timeliness. Yeah, absolutely. Timeliness is essential because if, in fact, the worst case scenario is true, then we have vulnerable clients being managed by people who we need to really understand what's going on. And so the fact is, if it's true, then ongoing vulnerability is, we can't stand that for any amount of time. And so, to me, the timeliness is we must act because there is a record before us that requires analysis ASAP.
Madam Chair, you're chairing? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Perez-Redia.
It's not working for me to get into the queue. I'd like to be in the queue.
Mr. Perez-Redia, please speak.
Yes, thank you. I just want to get clarification that this is what you were referring to earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The question I'm asking is this is requesting a report regarding the contract with Henning. It doesn't speak to the document that we have and also the conduct of the health department and the employee in the health department. I'm curious about whether that's something you were planning on including or not.
So if we could get it laid on the table, we could have that conversation.
Okay,
yeah, I think the first step is getting to yes, and then from there,
If there's no one else in the queue, then I believe we can proceed to vote, and this needs 8 votes.
And it's a voice vote.
It looks like we'll need to do a voice vote, so Madam Clerk, please do so.
Mr. Myers is out. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
On the motion to lay on the table.
Yes.
Mr. Littlefield?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Bronga? Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Redia?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-0.
Okay, now that this item has been laid on the table, then I am asking for a motion.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Constant, a second by Mr. Rivera. Who would like to speak on this item? Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just briefly speak to Mr. Perez-Verdia's questions. There are a lot of areas that could be reviewed, Mr. Perez-Verdia, but I narrowed it to the contractor and the contract because that's who is providing direct services to individuals who are in the municipality's care. With that said, I believe that there are alternative methods that are more appropriate for internal review of staffing that aren't related to a resolution of the assembly, but are instead internal processes by the department. And so I think that I'm wanting to just keep it really simple and clear, and at this point, as least fireworks as possible to allow the department to do its process, and then we can come back and have a conversation relating to the matter meaningfully when they've had a chance to think it through. So that's
Thank you.
the gist.
The queue is not working, so I think there's a few of us that want to get in the queue.
So Mr. Rivera, go next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate this resolution. I think this issue does need to be explored 100%. What I have a question on is why are we just focusing on the contract with East 56th? I think as we know, Henning has multiple contracts with the municipality. Henning has a contract with the Golden Lion. And then they also have a contract through the Next Step pilot project. So
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
What it says, though, is conduct a full review of all Henning contracted operations first. It says that. And then it says prioritize in the East 56 shelter, probably because it's the one that is going to continue from now at least until July. All the other operations are starting to demobilize. Still worth looking at, but to me, the critical path is where we have the most vulnerable people. And so that's why. But it does say all of it.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. I guess I will just say that the Golden Lion is housing some very vulnerable people right now, but
Right.
I understand your intent and I support it. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you read up above, it speaks to Low Barrier Cold Weather Shelter, 56, the Aviator, the Alex, as well as the Golden Lion. So it's also included. You have a queue, so.
Okay, next, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I think that your intent is to get a response from the administration regarding this, and I think a response only discussing the contract with Henning would fall short of truly responding to this. So I guess my question is, I mean, I can certainly ask the administration if they intend on responding in a more comprehensive way to make sure that we fully understand that they have reviewed this and are getting back to us on the full content of this. But I'm also wondering whether it would be more effective for us to just request for what we want. And speak specifically to requesting not only a full review of the contract, but a full review of the content of this document and those involved. And so I certainly can make an amendment, but I'm asking whether is that your intent?
So I can tell you that this document was drafted by a lion's effort of a lot of people with no time. And so if it can be better, I leave it to the will of the body to make it better.
Okay, we'll work on an amendment. Thanks. You can come back to me, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Okay, next I have Mr. Volland, and then after that, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, I think there's a lot that is disturbing in the document that we have before us, and quite concerning, particularly on the last page, an implication that perhaps this operator was incentivizing people to vote with cigarettes and coffee and bus passes specifically for Mayor Bronson. So I don't know, what is all involved in those allegations, but certainly would like to get to the bottom of it. And beyond that, to kind of get to what Member Rivera was saying, I'm interested in the health department really looking at whether or not Henning is a responsive and responsible bidder. This is not the first time that allegations have come forward against Henning from previous employees. Allegations also came forward that I found disturbing when Henning was operating the Sullivan Arena. And so I think we are at the point where if we are going to continue to award contracts to this bidder, we need to be able to know whether or not they are able to execute those contracts in a way that is protecting health and safety of clients and that is not putting the municipality at risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do recall that we did put RRS as oversight over some of these shelters. I believe it was this year and last year. Provided us reports on how the shelters are being operated. I'll also note that I think the success we've seen at some of the housing and homeless meetings have shown that this has been one of the more successful cold weather shelter programs as far as placing citizens into housing. So we can't lose sight of that I think this model has shown success and if it is working, should be rewarded. I'll also say that I'm sure Henning and their operation or any operation should always welcome an audit and should never be afraid to share the facts and stand scrutiny as long as they're always doing the right things. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Member Salt bringing up the RRS third-party oversight contract. I believe, and I don't remember exactly, but I believe the scope of that was really to see oversight of the day-to-day operations. And so a lot of what they've done is communicate with clients, communicate with staff, actually be on site and have regular meetings. We get their regular reports. But I would say that third-party oversight would not certainly be appropriate to do this kind of investigation on a contractor. And I do believe that should start with the department. And I appreciate the distinction being drawn here between a staff member of the municipality, which does have its own procedures, and as Mr. Constant said, is not something that the Assembly would necessarily take action on except in a extremely unusual circumstance, but that this is appropriate because, as was stated by others, these all are vulnerable individuals, and especially if this is the only shelter that we are operating during the summer months, and it is really intended to be a low-barrier shelter for adults that may or may not, qualify to be in other shelters because many of them are for specialized populations, that I do believe this is this is appropriate and timely. Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'm not going to offer an amendment. I think I've heard from my colleagues that the review of all internal operations in the health department is outside of the purview of us, and so I'll leave that to the administration to do on their own. I think this is an appropriate request for us to make sure that the contractor that they're working with is acting in an appropriate way and following through with what they committed to do. Thank you.
Mr. Volant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more thing, just because this document was laid on the table, and I'm not sure that members of the public have copies. Maybe they do, but I wondered if we could clarify the annotations that are in the document. Is the source of those, who, without maybe identifying an individual, who is the source of the annotations, the author of the annotations?
It all came forward in one communication. None of it was added, other than the redactions. Most of it came redacted without client names, but there were a couple left in, and so client names were removed and a phone number was removed. So everything else is as received.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that real quick if I can. Mr. Voland, I still don't think I understand that there is more than just explaining language in these annotations. I think there's some analysis, and there's some. Is this authored by you as the submitter? Who wrote these? That's what I'm trying to understand. If this is prepared by the clerk's office and submitted by the chair.
So it's an AIM. AIMs tend to be documents we receive from alternative locations, third-party sources, that we are including into the record. And so none of the content of the AIM, other than the redactions that weren't sufficient, are from the municipality. They are from a third party.
I see. Okay, so the text on top, not in the pictures, is from a third party as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The source.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other members in the queue, and I'm not seeing any visual cues, so members can proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
And on a vote on a vote of 10 to 0, the item passes.
That is the unnumbered resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting Anchorage Health Department's acting director. Oh, now that we've passed it, I realize I had another question. Ms. Rash, could you come down? I'm sorry. I'm going to just ask a technical question as a resolution. It can be a little flexible. Is Tuesday, May 28th enough time?
No, I would probably need at least 2 weeks.
So if there's no objection, I would like to ask members to allow that the date be moved 2 weeks, just as a scrivener's detail that there's no objection to. So that would then put it out to June 4th. I'm sorry I didn't get that in the debate itself, but I realized the timeline was very short. Thank you. All right, next we have item 11F. F is AO 2024-45, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal.
Move to post.
Go ahead. Let me read it. Come on back, Ms. Alatel. AO 2020, item 11F, AO 2024-45, an ordinance of the Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning. Now waive reading. Someone?
Move to postpone.
Waive reading.
Oh,
Okay.
waive reading.
Now, so no motion pending. Mr. Volland.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of June 11th and reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone to June 11th and reopen public hearing by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this is going to give us an opportunity to, number one, hear from some folks in the community who were not able to testify the first time this was heard. I think that there has been a little bit of confusion in the community on this item and what it actually effectuates. And so we are working with our Legislative Services team and Assembly Council to put together a memo that I hope will be of a benefit to my colleagues and the community as well, that will outline what the different processes are that we are proposing in terms of timelines, notice requirements, et cetera. And so I think we could all benefit from a more firm understanding of that, having that memo in hand. And yeah, that's our rationale. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I support that, and I encourage folks to read that legal memo. And then I'll just note, I do see that we have at least one amendment to consider, and so that can be taken up at the time when it comes back, just as a reminder. Thank you.
Anyone else? Motion is to postpone to the meeting of June 11th. No, the motion is to postpone to June 11th and reopen a public hearing. Okay, so seeing, hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the item has been postponed and continue the public hearing. That's not a new public hearing, it's a continued public hearing. And just so folks understand, this is one more opportunity that the public has to speak to this item. So next we have item 13A. These are public hearing items. AO 2024-14, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 9.04.010 and 9.14.040 to prohibit vehicular traffic from executing a turn on red in the Central Business Traffic District. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kyle Milkey. I live in the Eagle River area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking in support of establishing no right and red in intersections in our downtown business district of Anchorage. I'm here today not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone who has personally experienced the dangers of right turns on red. A few years ago, while crossing the street in a marked crosswalk with a walk signal, I was struck by a car turning right on red. The driver simply didn't see me. While I was fortunate enough to escape with minor injuries, the incident has left me with lingering fear and anxiety every time I cross the street. I'm not alone in this experience. Numerous studies have shown the right turns on red significantly increase the risk of collisions with pedestrians and cyclists. As a pedestrian, the right turn on red is a constant source of stress and danger. Drivers often fail to yield to pedestrians who have the right of way, and the speed at which they make the turn can be alarming. The risk is even greater for children, the elderly, and people with disabilities who may have difficulty reacting quickly. As a cyclist, the right turn on red is equally hazardous. Cyclists are often in a driver's blind spot, and the sudden movement of a turning vehicle can lead to devastating consequences. The risk of a collision is heightened when a cyclist is traveling straight through an intersection with a green light, or now with the Anchorage stop, a red light. Eliminating right turns on red would have numerous benefits for a community. It would significantly improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists, encouraging more people to walk and bike instead of drive. This would in turn reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, and promote a healthier lifestyle. The inconvenience to drivers would be minimal. A few extra seconds of waiting at a red light is a small price to pay for the increased safety of our most vulnerable road users. I urge you to consider the safety of your constituents and vote in favor of establishing no right on red at intersections throughout our city. Let us make our streets safer for everyone. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You just turned it off. There you go.
I'm William Baxter. I'm from Fairview. And when I drove school bus, we weren't allowed to do right on reds. And I've been hit twice on right on doing left hand, either right on right, turning right with my bicycle. And in Denmark, my relatives were surprised that we don't do right on reds, because when I was there, like in Copenhagen, there was like 1,000 bicycles or 3,000 bicycles around the train station. So I think bicycles are going to be more and more pedestrians. I think we should do right on reds. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Allison Bolgiano. I'm speaking tonight in my personal capacity as a renter and resident of South Addition. I have not advised on this proposed ordinance in my professional capacity whatsoever. So with that disclaimer out of the way, I support AO 2024-14, prohibiting vehicles from making right turns on red lights in our central business district. Banning right turns on reds is a straightforward, cost-effective, and data-backed way to protect people walking, biking, and rolling through downtown. My support for this AO is personal. I walk to work downtown about half the time, and my fiance bikes through downtown at least once a week. I would feel safer walking downtown if I knew that people could not turn right on red lights, and I'd worry a little bit less about my fiance. But it's not just about us. I support this AO because it will also protect people who transfer buses downtown, people who drive downtown, park, and then walk just a block or two to their work. People experiencing homelessness coming downtown to receive services, or tourists enjoying our shops and cafes. Almost all Anchorage residents are pedestrian downtown at some point. And it takes only a moment for a driver scanning to the left for oncoming traffic to miss a pedestrian crossing in a crosswalk or anywhere else to their right and hit that person. Allowing right turns on red was a policy pushed on our cities by the federal government in the 1970s during the oil crisis to reduce idling and fuel usage. But just a decade to 15 years later, the data showed that all right hand on red, or all right turning crashes increased by almost 25%, pedestrian crashes shot up about 60%, and bicyclist crashes jumped 100%. It's not the 1970s anymore, and a better way to reduce gasoline consumption is to create streets where people feel safe biking and walking. Prohibiting right-hand turns on red will create an environment downtown that invites walking and biking, but most importantly, it will help people get where they are going and back home again unharmed. Thank you, Member Voland, for sponsoring this AO, and I urge all members of the Assembly to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone's off, so you want to hit the green button. There you go. No, one more try. There you go.
My name is Eric Hughes, and I just wanted to make a comment on a couple of things that I heard. Passing this ordinance would not necessarily encourage more people to walk or bike. You're going to do that. Right turn on red is a standard, federal standard throughout the country, and how about accountability on both people's parts? Instead of passing another damn ordinance that we don't need, let's encourage accountability on the part of the driver and the pedestrian and the cyclist.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Martin Hansen. I'm an Anchorage resident. I spent about 7 days in the hospital once after he knocked off my bicycle by a car. Thank you, Mr. Voland. I support this very strongly.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Joseph Nakoma Brooks.
Good evening, folks of Anchorage, Alaska. May vernal season of 2024. Vernal enticements oppose aerial convoys. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've received a lot of public input on this proposal, and I've heard from folks who are in favor of it, and I've heard from folks who have concerns about it, and I've heard from folks who are opposed to it. I feel strongly that downtown, our central business traffic district, should be one of the most walkable, pedestrian, bike-friendly places in our city, particularly for residents, but also for tourists. And I'm just interested in how we can make our city more friendly to active transportation, more supportive of non-motorized users. We've got a long way to go, whether that's street design, our infrastructure, our sidewalks. But I think we have a long way to go in terms of what policies we bring forward. I really appreciated the robust conversation that I was able to have, both with the Downtown Community Council, but also with my colleagues at our work session, exploring different scenarios that we could put forward. And I heard concerns from my colleagues on air quality. I heard concerns from my colleagues on what this would do to traffic flow. And I also realize that when it comes to downtown revitalization and encouraging, as we heard tonight in the public testimony, active transportation, we have to make people not only safe, but comfortable. So they will be more inclined to choose active modes of transportation. And I feel like that can actually enhance our quality of life, but also air quality, et cetera. And so what I would like to do is I want to move Boland Amendment number 1, if I could get a second.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Volland and seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is effectively says, let's try this. Let's try this concept in the central business traffic district, which I think a lot of folks can wrap their heads around what that means to be downtown. People can really visualize that. This amendment would cause this ordinance to go into effect January 1st, 2025. What that would allow for is for us to take this up in our next budget process. Members will see in their late on the table items that the traffic department did bring forward a summary of economic effects to the tune of about $130,000, which would involve the installation of the signage downtown that would let the public know that they are prohibited from right turns on red in that area. This amendment also specifies that we would sunset this proposal on March 1st, 2027. So a 2-year timeline, essentially, we're looking at. And that it envisions that the Traffic Engineering Department would submit an Assembly Information Memorandum to the Assembly on their findings from this trial period, and they could recommend the continuation, expansion, or repeal of this ordinance. And so I think that would allow us to test this and would address maybe some of the concerns I heard from my colleagues and really allow us to get a firm grasp on what are those trade-offs when it comes to addressing pedestrian and bike and wheelchair needs, but also taking into consideration things like traffic flow through downtown, air quality, et cetera. So I hope my colleagues will consider supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are you on cue for the amendment? Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Alt.
Thank you. So I appreciate the amendment. I'm figuring out how to make one change to it, which is I think there should be a report after 1 year and then the last report. And the reason I would like to see there be 2 reports is I see real opportunity here for coordination with the Vision Zero coordinator, which is now out and we funded it. And it's out as an open position. This is the type of thing a Vision Zero coordinator can work on. And I think that there's time as that position gets up to speed to really consider with this delayed implementation, what's the nexus between that position and informing and collecting information around this. I do not want this just to go downtown to die, basically get lost downtown if it's a good idea and it's working. And that's where I think that first annual report can come into play. So there is enough lead time for representatives of another part of town or in those places where we're seeing high pedestrian traffic collisions that are often resulting in death, to do the work to figure out what that implementation would look like and what code language would be necessary. It seems like every day you pick up the paper or read it online, you see that there is another pedestrian fatality. And we just know that we need to put as many tools in our toolbox as possible. So, and I think the delayed implementation also gives us time to have the conversation about the statement of economic effects and how to build this into the budget, so into the next budget cycle. So I appreciate it. I will spend a moment and figure out how to get an amendment here together for one more report.
I am not on the amendment. So Mr. Martinez, not on the amendment. Mr. Presridia on the amendment? No. Okay, Mr. Salt on the amendment? So...
I'll wait for the main motion.
On the main motion, okay. Mr. Volland, are you back on the amendment?
I am, thank you. One more thing I forgot to say is that I think this amendment would be consistent with both our 2040 and 2050 MTP long-range transportation plan action items that say consider prohibition of right turn on red in select areas.
Can I comment on 2 things that were misstated?
I'm sorry, the public hearing is closed, sir.
But you guys both said 2 things that are
Sir,
absolutely wrong.
please, you're out of order. Let the debate happen, and maybe you'll hear what you think.
I'm sorry?
Just wait, please. Thank you. Ms. Salato.
All right, so the amendment I would like to make to the amendment is after March 1st, 2027 period, right, after 1 year of implementation and prior, with the small p, that sentence continues, and then it says, Traffic Engineering Department, in coordination with the Anchorage Police Department, shall submit assembly information memorandums with an S, and then it continues.
Second?
All right, so there's a motion to amend the amendment by Ms. Salato, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion on the amendment? So, for my part, don't take my endorsement of the amendment as support of the main. Members may proceed to vote. The amendment to the amendment, or any of them. Thank you.
Mr. Salt?
Chair Carlson, can I have it read back to me real quick?
Mr. Salt, we have a vote open, and then you can have the floor quickly. Oh, repeat it back. It essentially adds that there will be a report after 1 year and in coordination with APD.
Thank you, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, on a vote of 11-0, the amendment to the amendment is passed. Now we have the amended motion, the amended amendment back before us. Any further discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Oh, on the amendment as amended. Okay, Mr. Littlefield, go ahead.
Looking at the amendment, it says January 1st for an effective date. If we're going to implement this on January 1st, 2025, we're going to be obligating money from 2024. I'm thinking a better date would be further down the road, and it'd be hard to install all these signs in the middle of winter to implement this on January 1st, 2025.
Okay, so now you have choices. You can make another amendment to the amendment, but wait, no, because, yeah, you could make an amendment to the amendment, or we can vote on the amendment to another amendment, or we can just have a debate on the merits of your point.
I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment and move the January 1st, 2025 to March 1st, 2025.
Second. So there's a motion to amend the amendment by Mr. Littlefield. Congratulations on your first amendment being proposed, and it was seconded by Mr. Walland. Okay, Walland. You want to speak to your amendment anymore? Okay, anyone else? Okay, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amended amendment.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1, the amendment has been amended. Again, congratulations on your first amendment, Mr. Littlefield. So now we have the amended amendment back before us. Any further discussion on it? All right, so members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt? Mr. Salt on the amendment?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11-0, the amendment as amended has passed. So now we have the main motion as amended before us.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have myself in the queue. I still struggle with the fact that there are no incidents of people being hit by turning right on red downtown in 30 years. It's a solution in search of a problem, I think. It feels good to the movers to do this because it says we're doing something, and I have a real hardship of passing laws that are intended to address problems that aren't germane. But I think this will create a second set of problems. And the second set of problems, and why I asked for the amendment to include law enforcement in the conversation, because I think the number one thing that's going to happen from this ordinance, if it should pass, is that APD is going to write a whole lot more tickets and people are going to get cited for driving. And we all know how issues relating to law enforcement roll out into the community. It becomes an equity issue half the time or more. And so, and the conversations about people getting hit in crosswalks, I completely agree. The last three examples were head on, like straight shot, nothing to do with turning. And so I understand the concept of attempting to use all your tools to slow down and change. And I think the term has been put out there, it's a war on cars. And to me, I want to hone our laws to actual effects, not for general principles that aren't actually happening. And so for my part, I have a hard time getting behind this, and I really applaud the sponsor for his efforts in all of these areas, a lot of domains, and I really appreciate adding the sunset clause. And just as a sidebar, and we'll cheer this, this is the first ordinance, I think, with the sunset date outside of my term limit on the assembly, and so it will outlast my service to this municipality, a point to which I am grateful. And so those are my comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. One of the values that I'll probably articulate a few times tonight is to use what we have. Start with what you have. And during this process, I do commend my colleagues for having robust discussions and for listening, and you see the feedback had been incorporated. But I believe in data-driven policy. And I asked this question during the course of this work, which was, how do we prevent red turns on red today? And the answer is we can. There's a process. Traffic does a process, and so there are where we can, if we don't want to turn on a red in a particular area because the data suggests that that area is dangerous, we can do that today without new law. So I like using what we have today specifically towards solving problems, and I would have loved the data to show that there were hot corners in the downtown area that this would be directly impacting. But the data doesn't show that. The data shows that there are challenges with walkability, and there are challenges with sidewalk widths and with snow removal, and the entire gambit of non-motorized opportunities is stressed in our community. But I would love for us to, for example, really just focus on using what we have. If there are corners that traffic brings to us and they want to put those signs on, like for example on 5th and A, I think, we can do that already without new law. And I do want to challenge this notion of the idea that that we can fix things with just theory. And I don't think my colleagues intend anything in that direction. But data-driven policy suggests that we have data that drives policy, right? And so there are many anecdotal stories with respect to close calls, incidents, with pedestrians, with cyclists. But what we're trying to address is not necessarily supported by the data that Mr. Constance identified does not necessarily show the problem. So I hope that whether this moves forward or not, that if we are going to get serious about a different level of traffic study as it relates to creating safer opportunities, then we can do that at the departmental level, and I'm ready for that work at our committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess similar comments in a way. We're not enforcing the laws we have as far as how people make right turns on red. And I wonder how we're going to enforce this, or if we're just going to, basically put the policy in effect and then rely on those that follow rules to follow the rules, similar to how we collect parking fees at our state trails. I'd also like to just ask if there's anyone in the audience that can speak to the effect this would have on traffic in downtown. Probably comes to mind if Brad Coy from the administration is available to just speak to that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do believe Mr. Coy is online. Mr. Coy, if you're online, did you hear Mr. Salt's question?
Yes. Am I coming through clearly?
You have the floor.
Okay. Thanks, Assembly Member Stolt. Through the chair, the impact on downtown traffic, we don't expect it would be significant. Maybe during peak hours there might be some additional congestion. Right now, with the volumes that we have quite a few lanes on our streets. So we don't expect a big increase in congestion. We would also, one of the things that we would do is look at signal timing and make adjustments as needed to compensate for some of those locations where there might be delays. So it would add some staff time to make those adjustments, but not too significant of congestion.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Salt?
Yes, thank you.
Right, thank you. Now we have everybody in the queue. Mr. President.
Thank you. Just want to voice my thanks to the folks who worked on this, Mr. Volland especially. Because I think it comes back to us trying to make it safer to bike in the city, and right now it's a difficult city to bike in. I've just recently have been biking around town, and the bike lanes are filled with dirt and debris, and I got 2 flat tires on Saturday, and then they end, and there's nowhere to go, and then you're up on the sidewalk, and then there's no sidewalk, and then there's no bike lane, and so it's just a really difficult place and an unsafe place to try to get from one place to another. And so there's a lot of work that we need to do to make this a city where we can safely bike around. And I'm committed to being a part of that work as well. I would agree with my colleagues that I think this is problematic, and I don't see that this is going to help us become safer. I think it's going to create confusion, and so I'm unfortunately not going to support this tonight, but I will continue to support efforts to make this city safer to bike in, and to be thinking about how to do that in a very strategic way. Thank you.
So, Mr. Vaughn, you've already spoken to the main, so we'll roll through the queue and then come back to you. Ms. Braga.
Everything that has to do with making pedestrian and bicycle-friendly community, I'm yayo on. I think we need more of that because we need more people doing an alternative to cars to get around. I'm really skeptical of this right on red in the downtown area, though. I'd almost feel like Mr. Perez-Verdia said, that the biking around or the pedestrian movement in downtown, I'm not ever feeling like the right on red is what impacts me. It's just that there's not a great place for pedestrians and bikers to be. And I was thinking about in Mountain View, there's Bicycle Boulevard, and they've taken a street with low amounts of traffic and turned it into a biking lane. And it would be really cool if the downtown took 4th Avenue, that we're calling the Mushing District, and made a walking, biking corridor, and maybe something else going north-south that would be more all about pedestrians, and try to work at it that way. It looks like it's 44 signs that would be added, and I feel like maybe making a lane for pedestrians would be money better spent. And then I also think possibly looking at the city-wide, we already know some really key intersections that are right on red might be a better choice. Like I'm thinking Tudor and Lake Otis. There's different areas that have really high crash pedestrian versus vehicle crashes. I'm also skeptical that this would even get enforced. I hate to say this really out loud, but I had a meeting with Chief Cross, and I said, I have a little bit of a lead foot, and when I was a youngster, I put a lot of money into the city coffers with all the tickets that I got, and my driving habits haven't changed dramatically. But there just isn't a lot of enforcement. Now I'm going to be really careful after this, but anyway, thanks.
Next in the queue, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I really learned to drive as an adult in Chicago, so I can't comment on my driving skills. But anyway, so yeah, this is a tough one for me, but a couple things I do want to say. One is I was driving on East Street downtown just the other day at East Street and 6th. I was waiting to turn right onto 6th Avenue to go east. And I did notice there's actually a no turn on right there. So there's at least one intersection in downtown that has one of these. I did not have the time to go around and investigate where there's others, but I did also observe the person immediately in front of me who was also turning right disregard that sign and turn. And I would have probably done the same had I not looked up and seen that little sign. And just knowing that this was coming up on our agenda, it made me reflect. It is tricky. So to the point about kind of making this change, I think this really relates to other items as well, but for this one, it's important to really think about whether the existing policy that we have is effective or not. And I know this was brought up in a prior debate about this item. The existing policy to allow no turn on red was from the 1970s. It was intended to be a gas-saving measure. And really, it's not something that's done in other countries. So it's something that in the United States was chosen to be done at some point. And many cities are revisiting this policy because there have been, as I understand it, some pretty horrific crashes in other cities that have affected folks, such as New York City, which of course has a much greater density of people who are not in cars, but is still relevant. But I think it's important to think about when we put the burden of proof on something that's changing, that we also need to consider the evidence base for what we already have in practice and whether it's working or not. So I offer that not because I am arguing that this is the most effective policy that we could do or that it will stop a lot of fatalities, but really it's important to think about kind of what is the evidence base for what we've already decided, and if it just happens to be that it's been in code for decades, that by itself is not, for me, sufficient proof that it's working or not working. The other thing to say about data, I would caution measuring things only in fatalities, and I'm not saying that because I heard that up here, but just in general, I think we say, well, no one's died from this policy, so it's a good idea, or if no one dies, then it's not worth changing, right? So, but I think it's important to think about, as been talked about, the experience on the street, whether there's been minor injuries, whether there's things like near misses, which by definition are not possible to measure, but still happen. And so really one question to ask is how many near misses have there been? And I can't quantify that, but I think to think about each one of those is a scary incident that somebody still carries with them, as one of the testifiers said earlier today. So I don't know exactly what would make our streets more safe. I don't know how to actually get drivers to behave in a way that is more safe around people who are not in cars, more considerate, less speeding, more attentive to the road. It doesn't help also that many of our vehicles are getting much larger, that you literally cannot see someone standing right in front of your vehicle or beside it. That is a huge safety hazard. So is illegal window tinting on your windshield, where you cannot see somebody, you cannot make eye contact with somebody if you're in your car. And that is a safety feature for us on cycles, is to make sure that you can see the person because then they can see you. All of those things really do not contribute to the safety of this community. They also take really enforcement. Changing the size of our vehicles takes action at the federal level that feels like it will never happen because it's regulating an industry that has pushed larger vehicles for many years and made those more and more the standard. So all of that to say, I do support this policy. I do see the challenges in it, but I also just wanted to offer those thoughts for when folks say, not this change, this isn't going to do anything. It's really to think about holistically kind of what can we do and what is actually feasible to do, and I think this is something that's worth trying. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Quillies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just offer that the comments by, in particular, you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Bronga, as always, much more articulate than I could ever make. But we align with that position. I would offer some things that are in the works that I know are of interest to the body and to the traveling public downtown. We do have the downtown street study that is getting underway that will presumably help inform safety downtown. We recently, with your support, collectively passed the ordinance which will allow some additional dining opportunities downtown, which will help, I think, create the ambiance and the setting that people desire down there. We have the pilot bike lane project on 6th Avenue that will be in place this summer that will provide some additional data. I think there's a data component to that study. And then probably further on the horizon, but I know that Mayor Bronson has expressed interest, as have members, in the idea of acquiring management authority for 5th and 6th Avenue and perhaps turning those into two-way streets as opposed to one-way streets, which would, I think, just have the natural effect of lowering speeds and promoting safety in that arena as well. So I just wanted to offer those thoughts. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Kohlhase providing all of those options. I think that this is a yes and kind of situation. The tools we can put in our toolbox are important, and none of those are quick. None of those are coming terribly fast. The downtown street study will be a study that takes quite a bit of time. What we also know is that traffic data lags significantly 2 to 3 years. Our traffic report and our fatality and collision incidents come out, a couple of years after the fact. When you look for information about right turn on red, the Federal Highway Administration actually comes up very quickly and talks about increasing pedestrian safety and decreasing crashes at intersections, and the consideration is prohibiting right turn on red. It's their first consideration. Federal Highway Administration is not known for being terribly innovative or on the front cusp of things, so this feels like a fairly tried and true option to exercise. Also, as a policymaker, I don't want to wait for people to die or be seriously hurt. I believe we can proactively create awareness with policy changes. National studies have shown that only 3.7%, based on data across the country, are tracked as violating the no right turn on red. People generally try to comply with the law. They don't just flagrantly flaunt it. And I think that in and of itself creates awareness. Now, whether or not downtown is the right location for this, it's a location. It is a defined location for this. And I do agree with Mr. Martinez. We do have some tools in our toolbox. There's a no right turn on red at Northern Lights by the Barnes & Noble. But in order to get that effectuated is a long, drawn-out process. It takes a while, and you have to get in line. It feels a lot like traffic calming. And those responses are, I think, too slow and unsatisfactory to our constituents who are worried about their safety on the roads today. I am, frankly, shook every time I read in the paper that there is another pedestrian death. And I have been working on this issue pretty much since I've got on the body and got involved in transportation. I've been working on urban safety zones. The safety zone you're probably most familiar with is when your speed is controlled headed down to Girdwood. But in order to institute that, what seems like a simple mechanism, the state has to institute rules statewide. DOT has to work on it statewide because we're not the only urban area. And so while we have other tools coming, I think they are all going to take longer. And so this is one that's fairly within our grasp. And I think it goes well with other things we're trying to do, like promote a protected bike lane. You can't be out there saying, hey, ride more, walk more, but we also aren't going to take protective measures. If we look at this holistically, I think this is a right step. And I think that putting this benchmark out there for March now, 2025, provides more time to continue the conversation about what this awareness would look like and how we will get those right types of metrics to see how effective it is or is not. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to jump over you, Mr. Vollen, just so you can have the last word.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So if this passes, it is what it is. If it doesn't, I know how determined you are, Mr. Vollen, and passionate. And I think if a new version were to come back, I don't think targeting all 120 blocks of downtown is the best approach. I think that I spend a lot of time downtown, and there are hours and hours a day where there's nobody on half the blocks of downtown. But when I'm driving through, then I would have to stop and try to figure out when I could go or not, or just have to wait while there's nobody anywhere. And so to me, the tailoring of this, if you were to say how many signs, was it 40 or the number of signs, conduct a study of what 40 intersections are red or yellow that are having interactions between people and cars. And let's target them in a way that is more assertive but more directed towards problem solving instead of generalizing. And I think that you will get more support in that approach. I mean, we heard from the Downtown Council unanimously, please don't do this, or near, I don't know if it was exactly unanimous, pretty close. I think that a targeted approach, take 40 signs, let's pick 40 intersections, let's find the hot spots and let's target the hot spots and study those and see if we can bring the heat down there, to me is a more rational approach than blanketing 120 blocks with a new policy. So that's my part. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I guess it makes me sad that maybe no members chose to either bring forward an S version or an amendment, because we discussed those options in the work session. In terms of, a study, I actually think this dovetails very well with the downtown street study that's going to commence soon, because when else would we have the opportunity to actually model in real time, in the real world, something like this, and that could inform whether or not we want to keep this going, long term, or take a more tailored approach, or, as I put forward, maybe tailor it just to the high injury network. Both 5th and 6th and portions of A and C are on the high injury network that's mapped in our Vision Zero plan. And so really why I brought forward the amendment here is because I'm really looking for a compromise. I'm really looking for how can we make folks feel more safe and comfortable walking around downtown? And personally, I'm not in the war on cars. That's not a term that I use, although I know it trends sometimes on social media. I drive, but I also walk and I also bike, and I want to feel safe regardless of what mode of travel I choose that day. And so, yeah, with this compromise to try this, yes, we did hear from some folks in Downtown Community Council. They didn't take any official action or pass a resolution for or against, but there were some folks who said, I don't know if I like this idea. But I did hear positive things when I brought this to the South Addition Community Council. We heard a couple folks from South Addition testify, and they're adjacent to downtown. Folks walk from that neighborhood downtown all the time. And I also heard positive feedback from folks in the North Star Community Council who were excited, including a couple who did have those anecdotal stories about those near misses and how they felt uncomfortable on their bikes. So at the end of the day, however this goes, I'm committed to bringing something forward and to continuing these conversations. Personally, I think this is a good idea. I can understand if wise minds on this body differ, though. I will urge your support. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
No.
On a vote of 4 to 7, AO 2024-14 has not passed the body. Next, we have item 13B, AO 2024-35, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.035 and 2.30.040 to include initial audience participation and establish a durational limit together with the appearance requests at regular Assembly meetings. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am thankful for Member Salt for bringing this forward. Folks who served in 2022 know that I was rather vehemently opposed to taking out initial audience participation. In my opinion, we are in a very different time from 2020 and 2021. We've moved, I think, beyond the angry mobs, and now only occasionally get organized groups coming to meetings that may cause a little bit of a ruckus. All that said, I do think that this ordinance could use a few tweaks, and so I have proposed an amendment to do so. So I will go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does is a few things. One, it makes it so that initial audience participation should end no later than 6 p.m., not start at 6 p.m. Then two, the total max time allotted should be 30 minutes, not at least 30 minutes. That way we can, I think, stay largely focused on the meeting being what it is, which is a business meeting, and then 3 initial audience participations to take place after recognition resolutions. I never liked how we did initial audience participation and then recognition resolutions after it when we did that experimental phase, as some like to call it. That way that we can provide some assurance for folks who are here to be honored at a recognition resolution that they can come during this time and this will work for them, rather than the, I think, cumbersome approach that happened previously. So overall, I think this fixes some of the issues that I saw in the prior version, in the original way that we did initial audience participation and the ordinance that Member Solt brought forward. So I will encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. On the amendment, if you turn to the second page, and it's the first B on the top, and it's the last 3 lines. The chair may prioritize persons who credibly declare they're unable to remain at the meeting for final audience participation. I just will tell you that is practically impossible to enforce. It's a meaningless line of code. It doesn't help, and what it means is whoever says, I'm here and I can't talk, they get to talk, because the chair just doesn't have the effective ability to read people's minds or make subtle determinations about motive in the moment on the dais. And so I just want everyone to understand that while those words sound good in the ideal world, in the practical world, they are not functional. So that's my comment on that. On the amendment, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak to why I'm not going to support the amendment, and it really is why I'm not going to support the underlying ordinance as well. When we first took up initial audience participation at the beginning of the meeting, we did so because there were really very limited ways in which to come and talk with us or communicate with us that didn't require you to be here at a time certain when your item came up. And one of the things we did throughout the pandemic is we expanded those options. You can sign up for the phone list. You can submit your testimony via an email form. So I don't see the need for doing this specifically. You can also access, and this has been around, an appearance request. This evening, we only had 1 of up to 3 possible appearance requests. So if you have a topic you want to speak on, you can use that. So I think there are lots of ways to get in touch with us. And knowing that this is a business meeting, one of the most important things the public can tell us about is how they feel about an item for action. And they can tell us that during the public hearing. They can get on the phone list. They can email us. And then on consent agenda-based items, those are published well in advance. And they can, again, use the email form, even though we don't take public testimony on those items. So I think the menu of ways to participate in our business is already broad and working. I am not getting complaints or concerns about access from constituents. I had previously, particularly before we had the phone list and the email form. So I think I can't support this right now, partly also because it gets to be, actually, Mr. Crabb said it well. I just won't even try to restate it. Thanks.
Mr. Crabb. All right, so Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just had basically just thinking through the logistics of this. So, and I heard Member Rivera say, basically the consent agenda would be moved to number 9 on our agenda. Each of our items is numbered. And then 9A would happen. That's our proclamations, recognition resolutions. And then we would switch to 10. And then we would come back to the rest of the 9 in the consent agenda. So I guess just one, confirming that that's correct. And then my question also is, because I'm just thinking again, ideally, we are moving to the consent agenda pretty quickly during the meeting, but I know there's been multiple, for various reasons, multiple things where the addendum takes a while, there's a lot of laid on the table items, so practically speaking, if if this comes up, say, at 5:55 PM and then it ends at 6 PM, that really only, that doesn't allow us to hear maybe more than one person. So I guess I just want to, one, confirm that I'm reading this correctly, and then two, if the sponsor has contemplated that timing issue.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So your interpretation, Member Brawley, is correct. The way that I crafted this amendment, it does not contemplate that there is even a minimum amount of time that is set aside for initial audience participation. If we, as we are going through our agenda, and this actually happened 2-3 meetings ago, we had 9 recognition resolutions, and we didn't finish those recognition resolutions until 6:30. Well, guess what? There wouldn't be any initial audience participation. The only thing there would be is final audience participation. So that's the way that I crafted this amendment, so that there is no right that folks have to initial audience participation. It fits if that is something that fits in our agenda. And there have been plenty of times where we could have initial audience participation because there's maybe 1 or 2 recognition resolutions and we're done by 5:45 or something like that. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley?
Thanks. I'll just save other comments for the main motion.
Thank you. On the amendment, Mr. Brazier?
Thank you. I think most of my comments on the amendment have been already stated. Just I was also trying to understand that this is trying to fit within the 45 minutes between 5:15 and 6 p.m. And the major concern I have with this amendment is that we've set an unrealistic expectation, that we have now said there is an initial audience participation, which has clearly not been the case for some time, and now we're saying it's back, but we're putting it in a form that makes it highly unlikely that we're going to actually be able to do it. And if we are, it's going to be 1 or 2 folks. And so that's the real concern I have here, is that we're bringing something back in a form that makes it unrealistic and sets people up to expect it to get the opportunity to speak and not get that opportunity. So I will not be supporting this amendment, and certainly will not be supporting the overall change. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Voland.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm similarly not going to support the amendment or the underlying item. Really, I think who gets disenfranchised are the people who come to testify on a certain topic, and then their timeline gets pushed back even further, and they have to wait for hours to get to their item. And our meetings go very late, and some folks have obligations that they have to meet. And so if they don't get here in time for that initial public testimony, or they don't get in the queue, and then it makes them have to wait even longer. So I really think the best thing to do to give everyone equal opportunity is to work through our normal agenda and then retain our final audience participation at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Main motion, please.
All right, thank you. So I guess there's no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 4-7, the amendment has failed to pass. Mr. Presverdia and then Mr. Salt.
We're on the main motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to there's several folks have already mentioned that there's folks on the dais who were here when this time was severely abused, and I think it has changed, that we're not in the same place that we were before. However, I think we learned our lesson that this is not effective way to have the public come and speak to us. It creates false expectations, and we saw that one of the things that was happening was we were having people rush to the meeting and fight for a position in line and stand in the queue in order to make sure that they had the opportunity to speak. And the efforts that were made by Ms. Zolotel and others to create a space for people that couldn't come later, and were really the folks we wanted to have that space for, they didn't really get the opportunity because there were so many people in the public that were taking advantage of that time. So I am strongly against this, and I think it's clear that this is something that we tried and didn't work. I also just wanted to repeat what's been said other times. There are slots available for people to sign up and to speak initially in the meeting, and that's something that's been underutilized, and I think we need to do more work to make sure that people know that that's available and that they can come and they can sign up and they can speak in the beginning of the meeting. And I think there's other opportunities for us to be available for the public for them to hear, for us to hear from them. But I strongly do not support this, and I would ask my colleagues to also not support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion on this one. I'm a big believer in giving access to the public, although I certainly understand some of the concerns and the potential abuses. And if that were to happen, I'd probably be first in line to, again, rescind this and put it back to where it was. To the public comment earlier, one way to fix this was to have the 30-minute time bound, so we can't have hours of testimony. But just a case in point, I was talking to one of the District 6 constituents, and he wanted to come to the assembly tonight to discuss motorcycles and four-wheelers driving up and down DeArmond. And I waved him off. I said, if you came tonight, you would have to wait to the very end of the meeting, which could be 11 o'clock or whatever, to make that testimony. So your option is to put in, as I said, put in an appearance request for the next meeting if something like this is not available in the future. So I encourage your support for this, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So I was not on this body 2 years ago or 3 years ago, but I have been in this room a number of times during that same period. And I remember the things that Mr. Perez-Verdia described and that others have described. And I guess the thing that this comes down to for me is really the practicality of how this would be used. And I was trying to imagine if I was chair and I had 3 people approaching and they all said, I can't stay late in the meeting, there's an item on the agenda but it probably won't come up until 10:30, I can't stay and speak to it, or just somebody who's very insistent, right, and is stating very assertively that they should be prioritized. The amount of time that I think it would take to actually hash that out in the meeting by the chair, presumably on the record or during a 5-minute break, just doesn't seem practical to me, and it really does seem like it could open up the perception that some people are being prioritized or deprioritized. If the same person comes every week, then would they be deprioritized? It suggests that there would need to be a whole protocol around what this looks like. There are policies and procedures that the Assembly follows and adopts, so that is something that we would maybe have to take up. And so it just seems like we would be spending a fair amount of time, maybe not every meeting, but the risk of it happening regularly. And then that is time that really is wasting the public's time at that point, when we're trying to hash out who should be speaking, when we have protocols for that, when we have public hearings. And I sympathize with the idea that it's hard to sit there and wait until the end of the meeting. And as somebody who's come to testify before, and inevitably the item I was there was the last thing on the agenda, it's one of the struggles that we have. But I just want to restate again, I think others have said this, but there's other methods for expressing opinions besides waiting in this room for a public hearing or for final audience participation. There's signing up for phone testimony, which is a great thing to have, and you don't even have to sit on the phone, you just wait for that call. You just have to do it 24 hours in advance. You can email the entire assembly. You can email your individual representatives on the assembly and speak to them directly. You can sign up for an appearance request at the meeting. We already talked about that. You can speak also during audience participation at any of our committee meetings, which I recognize are in a different location. They are downtown, and they are usually during the day. But there may be folks who can't do it in the evening, and that during the day is more feasible for them. So all of that to say, I understand the good intent behind this, but I don't see how it's something that can be practically applied. And the first time that it was applied for a couple years really did not turn out well. And I think some of that was from the behavior of those who were participating in that, but I think some of it also was just that it is a difficult thing to fit into the beginning of the meeting when so much of our meeting is very well or very specifically scripted out. And so I can't be supportive of this, and I think but really the bigger question, I think, is how do we help folks feel like they are being heard by their elected officials and by the body? And I don't think that this is the thing that's going to solve that question. Thanks.
Mr. Byrd, on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The administration supports this ordinance, and I'll just give 3 reasons and then address some of the objections that members have brought up. So the first reason I think some of the members have already voiced is that this provides a safety valve for those who otherwise won't be able to attend the meeting into the 14s. As we all know, yes, assembly meetings can go long and some folks just can't make it. So this is an additional way that somebody who has obligations after work or before work can come and show up and be able to voice their public opinion on a public matter. The second thing is it does encourage public engagement, I think, in a way that probably the current methods of public testimony do not. It does encourage people to congregate, maybe even assemble, and I understand the Assembly's position on that. I don't think the administration agrees, but we do think that at the very least it's something to consider, that all stripes of the political spectrum have taken advantage of the fact that when you come here for a public meeting before the Assembly, there will be cross-pollination on issues and with people that you otherwise would not meet, and we think that's a good thing. And then the last thing I would say about the sign-ups, although the sign-ups I appreciate, both before I was serving the administration as a member of the public, it is an extra bureaucratic step, and some folks, it prevents them from otherwise giving public testimony. I think of the Norman Rockwell freedom of speech painting, and is that the kind of person who would have signed up? Maybe, maybe not, but you get the impression looking at that Norman Rockwell painting that this is a guy who just came off of work and he saw that it was a public meeting and he wanted to be able to raise his voice. So yeah, for those reasons the administration supports. I wanted to address some of the objections. I think there's been some talk that sometimes the public testimony that would come in at the beginning of these meetings was non-germane. I think we've seen that even if it's public testimony that is not at the beginning of the meeting, it can be non-germane. And you, Mr. Chair, have taken steps to address that, as have members of this body. So I think that's going to happen one way or the other. And then regarding disorder, I want to compliment the chair and those who have served in the chair. In my opinion, you have maintained order in the face of some interesting actual disturbances. So I do think that this body is capable of maintaining order and maintaining a peaceable assembly and allowing people to exercise their freedom of speech. So the administration appreciates Member Salt for bringing this forward, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's, I think, no surprise to anyone that I am quite passionate about this issue. And this is one of the issues where I don't mind at all being in the minority. You know, I get complaints all the time about how folks can connect with the assembly. The folks who, you know, we talk sometimes about disenfranchised voices. The folks who get disenfranchised, I would argue, aren't even in this meeting, likely, not even in this audience. The communities that I talk to and engage with often don't know any ways that they can participate. They might just come to a meeting at the beginning to talk about what's important to them, but have no understanding of how to engage in the process. So I think this ordinance and this we've been talking a lot about tools in the toolbox. This to me is one tool in a toolbox. We need a variety of tools in the toolbox when it comes to community engagement. There is no single panacea to fix how we engage with the public. That just doesn't exist. We're going to have to look at a lot of different solutions, and kudos to legislative staff who have been doing amazing work in this arena. When this was implemented, I will agree that the implementation in 2020 and 2021 was poor, was chaotic. But even in that chaos, I remember so many meetings where there was maybe only one person who had a kernel of something really helpful to state during initial audience participation, something really meaningful. That made it all worth it to me. Now, I would have strongly supported this item if the amendment had passed, but on its own merits, I think the original ordinance is not one I can support because it has too many structural flaws. So I will be voting no, but not because I don't support this idea, but because the vehicle is fatally flawed. That said, you all know that my term ends in April of 2026, so do not be surprised if I decide to bring some version of this back as maybe my last ordinance. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
I love the audience participation part and not making someone wait till 11 p.m. to have that word that they want to share with everybody. But I'm also sitting out here looking at a group that's waiting for their ordinance to come up, and anything that's going to delay us getting to that business. And so the amendment that Felix had, or Mr. Rivera's had, that would, say at 6 p.m. is, if there's no time because we didn't get to other things, then that audience participation is skinny down. That I think probably would have been good. I think there are ways to not have the chaos of people in a line waiting for a chance to do a testimony by having them sign up in advance like Anchorage School District does. And that's different than like our special speakers. It would just be a maintained online list. But anyway, I love to get more people participating, and I love that it wouldn't be late in the meeting, but I fear that the meetings will go on and on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to quickly make an amendment on the first page, starting at line 30, that last sentence in subparagraph B. The chair may prioritize persons who credibly declare they are unable to remain at the meeting for final audience participation. Just to strike that entirely. I think, as has been pointed out, that's unwieldy and almost impossible to implement, and I think if this passes would be potentially problematic.
A motion to amend by Mr. Johnson. Is there a second? No.
Second.
Oh, okay. Mr. Littlefield has seconded. Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Littlefield. The clerk is catching up. All right. So do you want to speak to that anymore? Okay, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just a question. I mean, I understand the intent of it. So let's say 4 people show up and there's adequate time under this schedule for that to happen, then they would be taken up first come, first serve, basically get in line? Or I'm just trying to understand how this would work.
Anyone?
Sorry, that was a question to the sponsor. The amendment.
I mean, I think the logic would be, yeah, it's the people who are here would be heard. That's the basic logic, right?
Yeah, I think there may be an opportunity to discuss how to best handle the queuing, which is maybe, beyond this debate right here. But I will say to just this idea that credibly declare they're unable to remain, I just see no way we could actually accomplish that. And I hear your question, but I think that's kind of outside the scope of what this amendment's speaking to.
Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt on the amendment?
Yes.
On a vote of 6 to 5, the amendment has failed to pass. Now we have the main motion back before us. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 3 to 8, AO 2024-35 has failed to pass the body. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Per the administration's request, I'd like to ask for reconsideration of items 10D4, 10D30, and 10D31. And urge a no vote.
So there's a motion to reconsider made by Ms. Zalatel. Items 10D4, 10D30, 10D31, seconded by?
Second.
Ms. Brawley, I think. Hold on, just let's let the clerk catch up. Ten D4, 10D30, 10D31. All right, so there's a motion to reconsider, moved and seconded, and the sponsor urges a no vote. This is on behalf of the administration. Probably. So on this, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
On a vote of 1 to 10, the motion to reconsider has failed. Those items are put to bed. So we're going to take 5 now, quick water break, and we'll get reconfigured. Ms. Brawley. Right, so there's a, oh. Could you do that again?
Yeah, thank you. I move to change the order of the day as follows, to take up items 15A, 15B, 14L, and then to proceed back to 14A in the rest of our agenda.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any discussion? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no objection, the order of the day has been changed. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'm okay with the motion we just passed. I think there are 2 other items I would just like the chair to be aware of to consider for time sensitivity. One is with regard at 14O, the Don Young Port of Alaska small boat launch, and 14M, which is a Title 21 issue that was, so I think both of those should be considered if there's an additional motion change the order of the day. Thank you.
So why don't you go ahead and just do that now and then put it after 14L?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up 14M and 14O after 14L.
Is that N as in
Second.
Nancy or M as in Mary?
Mary.
All right, thank you. So
Second.
14M and 14O, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Oh, by Mr. President, I'm sorry. So I also would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take up 15A, 15B, 14L, O, M, and then return back up to the top. Okay, so next up we have item 15A. Item 15A is Resolution AR 2024-170, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the large resort endorsement application of the beverage dispensary tourism license number 3445 for Alyeska Resort Operations Limited Partnership, DBA Hotel Alyeska.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-170 has passed the body. Now we have item 15B, which is AR 2024-171, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the package store sampling endorsement application of package store license number 996 for Midtown Spirits, LLC, DBA La Bodega.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-171 has passed the body. That brings us now to item 14L. 14L is AO 2024-53, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 23.10.104.116, 23.10.104.16, to update the technical requirements of shelter units that are exempt from the building permit requirements of Title 23. The public hearing on this item is now open.
Mr. Chair,
Ms.
before you
Zalatel.
start the public hearing.
Yep.
Thank you. As this involves homeless and transient shelter, I would ask to be excused due to my role at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness
right.
and not participate.
I will go ahead and make the call that you do have a substantial professional interest in this item, so you are excused. All right, public hearing is open. So make sure you turn the microphone on. There's a green button. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. There you go. It's on. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Julie Graham. I live in East Anchorage. I'm here on behalf of a nonprofit in our backyard to support AO number 2024-53. We're a nonprofit recently formed, and our mission is to provide safe, supportive housing and connections to support services for our houseless senior neighbors as they work to obtain a permanent home. We're proposing to put 5 to 6 interim shelters on the property of Central Lutheran Church. Our project is supported by numerous faith groups, First Covenant Church, St. John Methodist Church, Shiloh Baptist Missionary Church, and we've been working with Lutheran Social Services of Alaska, Catholic Social Services, Beans Cafe, Anchorage Coalition and Homelessness. We've met and presented at Fairview Community Council, Midtown Community Council. I'm on the list to do South Edition Community Council. And I recently was in Everett, Washington, where I got to visit Faith Family Lutheran Church, where they have a shelter project for families that are in transition. This ordinance would allow our project to move forward to legitimately put up transitional shelters, to seek grants and other funding sources, and to establish a pilot project that other faith groups or businesses would be able to model throughout Anchorage. So I'd really appreciate your support, and I have lots of support. Well, I have lots of supporters behind me, but I have some still behind me. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Eric Hughes, and I just wanted a question. Are these permanent structures or temporary? Excuse me? They're permanent?
So
temporary structures? There should be some type of code, that National Uniform Building Code, UBC, that states, for safety purposes, just if for no other reason than to cover the municipality's liability or whoever's covering those for insurance. You're opening yourself up to problems if there's no building codes to, so that would be the only comment I have.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Betty Hertz, and I'm from South Anchorage. I am a board member in our backyard. I got here because of my concerns about our unhoused neighbors. I started out by working in the cold weather shelters, and for the almost 12 months now, I have been working with a group from St. John at the encampments. We've started at 3rd and Ingra, and then Cuddy, and now we're working at Davis, providing our neighbors with snack bags, clothing, other essential things that they need to survive. I'm speaking in favor of this. This will help us, if you approve this, this will help us move forward in this project. It's a small start. It's a way to provide some safe shelter for a few of our neighbors. And you're going to take a step forward by taking this experimental step, and like Julie said, we hope that it provides a model for others to step forward and provide for this. I think I'll share a little bit of this. I wrote some words. It was do you see them? I guess I'll share the whole thing. I had to wait this long. Them on the street corners, them begging, or humans in need of shelter and food. Them drinking, them trashing surroundings, or humans in need of mental health care. Them dirty, them not working, or humans in need of showers and an address so they can apply for work. Them living in tents, them lining up for free clothes, or humans who had to leave unsafe homes. Do you see them, or do you see humans? By approving this ordinance, you take a step towards seeing them as humans and a part of our community. And our goal is that not only would we get the shelters up and running, the tiny homes, but then our goal is to make sure that they feel part of the community by faith groups stepping forward to take them to appointments, by inviting them to activities so they begin to feel like, yeah, we do belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Eric Glatt. I live in District 1. I'm also the Executive Director of Borealis Legal Services. I also support this ordinance without weighing in on whether it complies with building requirements or what the actual ideal wind and snow load should be. I agree that this is another important small step in the right direction to create the framework within which other options might come forward to help meet this incredible pressing need. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Murray Crooks, and I'm here in the capacity as a pastor, not in the capacity of the role that I play in the Northeast Community Council where I live. I am in support of this ordinance, particularly because it provides opportunity for people in faith communities to support people in a way that offers them dignity and provides a little bit more safety than options such as tents, which can easily be harmed, and as we saw in a few summers ago, was also open to bears and other things. So I, for one, absolutely support this, and would hope that more faith leaders would get on board with this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve by Mr. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Bronga.
I'm very proud of my friends that are involved in this and doing so much for our community. I can't even begin to tell you how hard they are working on this, and it really, to me, is exactly what we need, people stepping forward and making small steps toward making a difference. I wanted to make a couple of amendments before we discuss this much further.
Go ahead.
For one, on the second page, line 22, sleeping units shall not exceed 100 square feet gross floor area. Julie Graham visited the company, and they come in 70 square foot and 120 what they're looking at, and the 120 is what they would need so they don't have to have bunk beds, and they're planning on an elderly community. And so if that could be looked at, it would be very
Point of
appreciated.
information, Mr. Chair. And I'm bringing this up because we have a written amendment that does that, so I wonder
Oh.
if the member would like to move this amendment.
Oh, sure. SALT Amendment Number 1.
All right.
I would like to move it.
So motion to amend by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr.
Second.
Volland. Okay, so any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Volland.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, that item has been amended. Ms. Bronga?
The next amendment that I would like to bring forward is at 10J on the third page. So occupant...
Hold on, do you have page 3, line what?
Oh, page 3, line 36?
Page 3, line 36, go ahead.
Okay, so it says occupants shall have access to on-site toilet, bathing, and laundry facilities. I'd like to change it to occupants shall have access to on-site toilet, bathing, trash receptacle, and then I don't know exactly how to say it, but the laundry does not have to be on-site. Laundry services. So occupants shall have access to on-site toilet, bathing, trash receptacle.
Can I ask you a consideration, rather than a receptacle, service is the key. It's trash service, so that the trash is removed from the location.
Perfect.
Yeah. So trash service and laundry. So I think you could just state it on the record, so that what needs to be on site are what items in that list, and the way this should be read for legal interpretation is the laundry can be off-site. I think you can go that way.
Okay. That sounds good. I don't want to make it so onerous that it makes it, they're planning on giving out laundry coupons to the laundromat, and I think that's acceptable.
Okay. Yep, the second was Mr. Volland, I believe. Yep. On-site toilet, bathing, trash service, and laundry. No, what it is the laundry needs to be available. It just doesn't have to be on-site.
It's adding this, not subtracting.
Yeah. Mr. Gates, maybe you have a suggestion.
Oh, thank you. I just had two comments. Ms. Bronca, I emailed you suggested the language for your amendment that you showed me for this one. I don't know if you got to see your email. And then secondly, for the laundry facilities, if it's not on site, I don't think it belongs in this section of the code. This is just for the building, what's required for the building, and to be exempt from a building permit. And it's not about uses or services provided off-site. So that would just be my, I guess, advice, is if it's not going to require laundry facility access on site, to just delete that phrase. And thank you.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so then the amendment would be...
If I may, I'm sorry, I would just add, that doesn't prevent anybody from providing laundry service or something. It just doesn't need to be part of this part of the building code.
We also need to add trash, though. Bathing facilities and trash service. How does that look? Oh, I'm gonna scroll down. All right, so what it would add is occupants shall have access to on-site toilet, bathing facilities, and trash service. Okay, so that's the amendment now that's before us. In the queue, Mr. Rivera, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll support the amendment, and I think getting to what Mr. Gates stated, for folks wondering, well, what about laundry? I think that's something that we can handle during the RFP/contracting process. So I don't think we're going to necessarily ignore the need for laundry. It's just something we'll deal with in another vehicle. Thanks.
I'm confused. RFP process? Yeah, 'cause these are independent operators. Okay, very good. Then the amendment before us is as written, occupants shall have access to on-site toilets, bathing facilities, and trash service. Any further discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, that item has been amended again. Any further amendments? No? Okay, so who wants to speak? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that this change is very critical for us to move forward with a modular unit transitional shelter pilot program that we funded back in November during the 2024 budget process. With this change, the health department can move forward with an RFP process, which I mentioned earlier, to access the $500,000 that we put into the 2024 budget, to get those out for operational dollars and then get a pilot project up and running. So very thankful that there is a very serious group here that is looking at a pilot project. I understand that they'll be ready to go perhaps in October or so. That said, one of the members, and maybe I just missed this, but one of the members stated that this is meant for temporary structures. The ordinance contemplates short-term uses. That's a phrase that's in this new section of code, but it doesn't define it anywhere that I could see at least. So can one of the sponsors speak to that? What is meant by short-term use? And for anyone wondering, that's on page 2, line 10. As far as I can tell, that's the only place that this particular language is used. I don't see anything that's really defining that.
So that could be Ms. Bronga, Mr. Salt, or it appears that someone from the sponsoring organization might have an idea. Ms. Bronga.
I know that the idea is that these are not something that has a foundation that are going to be up forever. And I might ask Ms. Graham to kind of clarify what you...
So if I may, I would be happy to hear from Ms. Graham, but this isn't related to that project. It's really for anyone, right? Because the RFP is going to be for anyone who wants to apply. And so maybe 10 different people have 10 different definitions of what short-term use might be. And so I want to know from a sort of a, especially because we're basically saying that this structure is basically going around the normal permitting process. And so if we're doing that for these structures, then I want to understand how long is it for these structures, and nothing in here tells me that.
I am sorry, I can't answer that question as to, I do know that Mr. Solt hopefully will jump in and if he has an idea, but when planning was working with us on this and land use, it's not a regular building that would be up forever, so it's temporary, but we didn't contemplate, as far as I know, like number of years that it would be up.
Any input, Mr. Salt?
No, the places that we've looked at that have these, they've been up for, 2 to 3 years. Again, the idea is temporary, so the property can be used for another purpose down the road. And the big thing is it's not permanent housing. It's a slight transition, or tiny homes community light, to help people transition to a place of their own that we would consider more permanent housing. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. It looks like Mr. Gates is also in the queue, so he might address this question.
Okay. Thank you to address that question, Mr. Gates.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed the question. I was reading something. What was it?
Okay, it's
You
okay.
said about the temporary use?
Yeah, what's the definition of
yes,
temporary?
I was going to mention that part of this discussion with the working group that looked at this was also looking at whether Title 21 changes were needed, and this involved planning staff and development services and the health department staff, as well as the sponsors here. So one of the things that was determined is we don't necessarily need a change to Title 21 for use of these type of temporary shelter units, but what is needed likely is a temporary use permit. You apply with the planning director for a temporary use permit. It has those durational limits. I was looking for the document that has them. It's, I think, 180 days in non-residential districts and 90 days in residential districts for temporary uses, and the temporary uses that typical thinking for what these would be used for could be a homeless transit shelter or transitional housing, transitional living facility, or I needed to look up the third one. However, the point is that if it's temporary, you get the temporary permit from the planning director. You have development services look at these units you're putting in and get exempt from a permit. You could probably do what the group before us is planning to do. And so I think they should probably talk to the planning director about that temporary use permit.
Good Lord. Yeah, that raised a lot of questions. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. But first I'll say thank you to the sponsors of this ordinance. I know this is something that has been talked about for a while, and I think there's a lot of merit in here to try this out. And I also want to say thank you to the sponsors of the specific project, the folks who testified, and I understand this is not specific to just that project, but I appreciate all of your work, and I look forward to this moving forward. On the point about kind of short-term or temporary use, I wonder, for the purpose of getting out of our own way so we can try something, I guess I would also suggest that that maybe that's something that we could come back to if and when there's another project that comes up that would also need to come either for that RFP or another purpose. And I understand the desire to want to figure that out now, but I'm just concerned about if that holds us up and then we don't even get this done tonight. That is a concern. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm enthusiastic about voting for this today. This is a body of work that I'm really excited that my colleagues continue to advance forward, especially around the alternative options for housing. I'm particularly just want to focus on one thing, go back in history, and I thank Mr. Rivera for mentioning a little of the genesis of this conversation in terms of the appropriation in November. At that time, this was originally proposed to this assembly as a project with an actual operator that had never done this project before. And this body pushed back and said, we will not appropriate funds to a project that is a concept, but we will appropriate funds to the concept with the hopes that folks would step into the work. And I hope that others out in the community, to quote my neighbor Murray from the Northeast Community Council area, that other folks from the faith-based community or other parts of our civil society would see the opportunity to step into some of the work that this particular ordinance will open up for groups like yourselves. So I'm just appreciative that we were deliberate, did not move money in a fast way, that we were a little more thoughtful, and that real projects can emerge. And I hope that we can support you along the way. And I just want to echo with what Member Brawley just mentioned. Let's not get in the way of good things happening. Thank you for stepping up.
All right. I'm going to skip over myself for now. Mr. Collis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that Mr. Gates alluded to this, but this ordinance is solely with respect to Title 23, which is the building code. And what it does is it removes the requirement for a permit for a facility in which people are going to be living, whether it's short-term or long-term. It removes the requirement for the building permit, some elements of the building permit. It does still require fire review, and it does require an electrical permit for health and safety, but it removes the broader requirement for a building permit that you would get to build a house on a piece of property. So I just want to comment that it really is focused solely on the providing that additional latitude under the building code. Thank you.
All right, and so I have myself in there.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll support this, just in the spirit of not getting in the way, but I can take you to a property that was many, many decades ago converted temporarily into housing from stalls for horses. And it's one of the most depraved and awful locations in this town for residences to exist. And dirty, dangerous, seedy, all of the things that come with that. And I do fear about amendments to Title 23 in particular because of what Mr. Colhase just said. Permanent or not, this can now be used to grant an exemption to the building safety code. And I don't like the breadth of that, what I just heard. And hearing then that this is part of a broader RFP process, which is kind of news to me, this was standalone in my mind. It is interesting to think then that we're going to get into the business of subsidizing what may be permanent units, even though it has this undefined term that you pointed to, Mr. Rivera, that says temporary. But in this case specifically that we're talking about with these individuals who are pushing this forward, the thing that's different than that really awful place that I know so well is that there's a church connected to it and a group of people who are dedicated, and they're right there. Their sanctuary is right there, really. And so there's just no way for the things that happen in the darkest parts of a neighborhood that suffers under bad policy for generations can happen there. And so that gives me some hope of how this project can occur without going down the road of darkness that I have seen. And so I can support this, but I am concerned about what I just heard and kind of the question that you raised about what does that mean, this temporary, because temporary has a way of becoming permanent in this town. So, Mr. Presverdia, I don't think you've spoken yet. And Mr.
Sorry.
Salt, you'll be next.
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues, the feeling of excitement. Thank you for coming out tonight, and thank you for working on this. I remember clearly that when I got on this body, you know, the investment that this city made towards serving those who are houseless was very minimal. And for decades and decades, it was the responsibility of our faith community and our nonprofit community to really take on that burden. And things have changed a bit, and I'm not sure they're sustainable the way they are. And so it really is exciting to see the community stepping up and being innovative and creative about what's possible. And so I'm excited about this and certainly do support it. And hopefully this will spur more creative ideas so that we can begin to solve this very serious problem we're facing. Thanks.
Go for Mr. Gates and then Mr. Rivera. Oh, Mr. Salt, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just echo the sentiments. I'm very excited. I think we have a chance to do some real good tonight. You've heard me say it before. Look up pallet shelter. Look up boss cubes for ideas of what these are like. Look up Dignity Moves, several locations in California, and you can see what this can be. And I really strongly encourage those from in your backyard or in our backyard to take a look at those sites and really see what they've done to hopefully, and I mean it's in the best of intentions, prove Mr. Constant wrong, that this won't turn into an eyesore in the community or a dangerous place. It absolutely has to be successful, and I really think it will be. I think it adds some of the components of ownership, of pride, of giving dignity back to the residents. Honestly, the only thing I didn't like about what I saw was the residents loved it so much they didn't want to leave. So it didn't transition them to housing, and they needed to push that through a little faster. But to be, and I said it before, the bellwether that Member Zalatel gave me was, would I live next to it and would I live in it? And the ones that I saw of this prototype, this model, the answer is absolutely yes. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification. I'm not sure if it's needed, but this section is already in our code. We adopted it last year, so we already have these shelter units that are exempt from the building permit requirements, they meet these technical specs. This ordinance is making some tweaks to it for like the reasons Mr. Solte said, to accommodate more products out there on the market.
All right, thank you.
As well as, I guess, taking out allowed camps, which didn't pass, and calling them shelter units.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to, one additional comment to the organizers of this particular project, but this is really goes to the larger conversation that I hope our community has. In the presentation, it was described that folks were trying to build community. And I think there's a difference between a shelter program and a program that utilizes shelter to build community. I think there's a fundamental difference in that. And I think that if the work to close the social distance between unhoused neighbors and healthy, safe spaces is the work that I hear folks are interested in. So the shelter aspect of it, so this is to anybody else who's interested in this work, there is an intentionality that is deeper than just the physical shelter that I think we are seeing emerge here with the work that you all have laid on the table. And I think that's the work that this community needs to see more of. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few things. First, just to provide a little context, I think members know that when it comes to Title 21, Title 23 changes, am very reticent to embark on those changes myself. So I'm very thankful for the leadership of Member Sultan, Member Bronga to move forward with this. I certainly will be engaging myself in the operational aspects of this through the RFP process, and then eventually this will come before the body for the 500,000. That'll be, I think, more my area of strength. But the reason why I asked the question around the short-term use certainly was not to get in the way, but was to really make sure that we're building something that will actually be usable in the long term. And as I understand, and I had a great chance of meeting with Ms. Graham last week, I think it was, and as I understand, her project is, I think, a 2-year pilot program. Did I get that correct, Ms. Graham? 2 to 3 year pilot program. And what I heard from Mr. Gates is that what the building official will sign off on is 180 days. And that's very different, 180 days versus 2 years. So it sounds like there might be some additional work that we need to do, but I'm happy to pass this today and then us to come back and figure out these additional steps that we may need to take. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, not to belabor this further. So I'm looking at that phrase again because I hear what you're saying, Mr. Rivera, that we want to be intentional about this and not set an arbitrary, timeline around it. But one other way to read this, I think, is intended for limited, short-term use by individuals without permanent housing. So I wonder if what that phrase is really intending to refer to is maybe the shorter-term use for the person in that unit versus the use of the unit itself. And again, I also recognize there's issues with that, but just to say that is maybe the other valid interpretation of that phrase.
All right, I'll just close this out by saying, in our backyard, man, that's the spirit this town needs. That's 100% the spirit this town needs. There are people in this room that were here earlier that need to hear that message, and they need to hear it over and over again until such time as we figured out our housing crisis and we are no longer housing our people, our neighbors on our streets and in our parks, and doing it because there are people afraid they're going to lose something along the way when they're going to gain something, which is humanity. So thank you in our backyard. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AO 2024-53 as amended has passed the body. All right. Thank you all. So next, we try not to do clapping in here. So next we have item 14 M, as in Mary. Let's see if we can get Ms. Zalatel back on the phone here quick.
Here.
All right, welcome back. Sir, again, you're interrupting the meeting. Sir, we changed the order of the day. We're taking up 14M and then O, and then we'll go back to 14A. So the proceedings move pretty flexibly. So next we have item 14M. 14M is AO 2024, oh, I'm sorry, 14. I just wrote it wrong on my list, sorry. I'm going to reread the previous item just in case I messed it up. 14L AO 2024-53 as amended has passed the body. Now we have item 14M AO 2024-54, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly amending Municipal Code 21.13.050, non-conforming lots of record to remove a restriction on development or sale of small legal non-conforming lots of record under common ownership with an abutting lot and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome, please come forward. The mic is off, but please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Chet Harris.
Hold on one. The clerk has asked me to. Okay, we're good. Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Chet Harris. I live in the Airport Heights community. My issue seems kind of selfish compared to what I just heard, but I thank the body, Mr. Chair, and the Assembly for your time and to listen to me. I'm here to encourage you to vote yes on AO 24-54. It was developed collaboratively by the Assembly and the Planning Department. Thank you in particular to Assembly Member Meg Zalatel and David Whitfield of the Planning Department. This AO and its amendment to Title 21.13.050 is a simple solution to a problem that should not exist. The larger issues of Title 21 notwithstanding, this is an easily solvable matter. The current code states that if 2 or more abutting lots are in single ownership, either of which contains less than 5,500 square feet of area of record on or after November 27, 1990, and either is non-conformity by virtue of this title or any amendment thereto, then the lands involved shall be considered to be an undivided parcel for the purpose of this title, and no portion of such parcels shall be sold or used. Stated more simply, if 2 adjoining lots are owned by a single entity and one is smaller than the standard, the 2 lots become 1 lot. If they are in separate ownership, they remain 2 lots. My interest in the matter is personal. I happen to own 2 lots that are adjacent. One at 5,170 square feet is smaller than the minimum, which prompts the change in ownership status. Somehow, because these lots are in single ownership and smaller than a standard, they become an undivided single parcel. How is it possible that ownership, whether singular or multiple, determines the property rights associated with the land? For example, if 2 lots were owned by 2 different entities, let's call them Bob and Doug. Bob and Doug could each build a house on their respective lots or sell their individual lots. Yet if Bob sold his lot to Doug, Doug would suddenly have 1 lot. How is that the single entity owner has fewer property rights than multiple owners? This same issue may be a hindrance to development in other parts of Anchorage. I'm not sure. It has become a developmental issue for my wife, Darcy, and I. We've spent considerable time and resources drafting a plan to develop our 2 lots. These 2 lots have been on record and under single ownership since 1949. After the subdivision was created, AWWU charged a utility assessment for both lots. Over the years, the municipality has taxed these lots as 2 individual lots. Yet when we presented our plan to develop these lots, we were told for the purpose of development, because we were a married couple and owned these lots jointly, we could not develop them as 2 separate projects. In an instant, what had been 2 lots became 1. Given an opportunity, we intend to develop both lots as single-family residents. The larger of the 2 projects will be our primary residence for the remainder of our working years. We hope to maintain the smaller as a family housing unit until we retire. If you amend Anchorage Municipal Code 20.13.050 as proposed, not only do you restore our property rights, you also encourage infill development and in a small way help address the Anchorage housing shortage. If this amendment is approved, we intend to develop our 2 lots in a manner that will allow us to stay in the neighborhood that has been our home for 25 years. If things go as planned, this will allow us to stay another 25 years. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please pass AO 2024-54.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to
Moved by Ms. Barley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. So, Ms. Zalatel,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Harris really explained it quite well. This ordinance does just how he explained it. I do want to thank Mr. Whitfield at the Planning Department as well as Assembly Council. I do have an amendment. I would move Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
So this amendment removes reference to subsection B, which is being amended out of code in this ordinance. It was an oversight on the initial drafting, so it just makes sure that the full section is in conformity. Thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
A vote of 11-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion back before us as amended. Are you done, Ms. Zalatel?
I'd just like to say one other thing. I would like to underscore what Mr. Harris said about the difference between the practicalities of 2 lots and land use. To me, land use should reflect the reality in our community, but where 2 lots being separately taxed, separately assessed for water hookup, yet some ownership structure or the size of those lots suddenly changes the development structure. I think that is a very clear indication of a break in Title 21. And I'm glad we can fix it and that it's an easy fix. But it's something to keep in mind as we look at addressing the housing crisis is how is our code currently structured and how is it broken in particular ways. I think in this instance it feels very nonsensical that this was where we were and it had a very easy solution. I think there's more of that work to do. I think the issue becomes that you can get really deterred if you're an individual when you hear that, and one of our jobs as policymakers is to figure out where that is and where those pain points are and try to remove them. So I want to thank Mr. Harris for reaching out. I think that's a really important piece and something to underscore is we are here to help, and some of these issues can sometimes feel really complex, but when we drill down into them, we can find that there's really a simple way to, a simple way to move forward. Thank you.
Next in the queue, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the co-sponsors for bringing this forward. I do have some questions on it, though. In the memo, it says that the proposed ordinance was developed in consultation with Planning Department staff. Do you mind telling me which staff members were involved in that consultation? Question for the
Mr. Whitfield.
Okay, great. And then, as part of that consultation, was waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review. Is that something that the Planning Department staff signed off on, or that they recommended, or that they indicated that they were okay with?
So the draft, initial draft went to Assembly Council. Assembly Council sent it back and kept Mr. Whitfield in the loop. And I believe they added waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review, and there was no objection raised by the Planning Department.
No
Mr.
objection.
Gates can correct me if I got that wrong.
Okay, thank you. Actually, if I could still have the floor, Mr. Chair, I wonder if there's anyone from the Planning Department on the phone who I could also ask a couple questions.
Through the chair to Mr. Boland, yes, Director Craig Lyon is on the phone. Mr. Lyon?
I am here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lyon. So is it also your understanding that the Planning Department did not raise any objection to waiving planning and zoning?
I guess what I would say is that if you, based on the discussion in the memo, that due to the desire to get this moving as quickly as possible, we accepted that this is probably a reasonable suggestion to waive P&Z review. Normally, we would want everything to go to P&Z, but in the interest of getting this moving as quickly as possible, it's fine.
So your department supports waiving planning and zoning?
As I said, in the interest of getting this particular project moving as quickly as possible, we are not going to object to that. We would normally want always to go to planning and zoning.
Okay, is this a Title 21 text amendment?
This is a text amendment, yes, to Title 21.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct my colleagues, and I would appreciate, Mr. Chair, if you give me some latitude here, because I think this is relevant. But I want to direct my colleagues to the memo that was attached to a prior item, which we postponed, and it's a memo prepared by the Planning Department, a review of item 11F, and this was approved by Mr. Lyon. If you would go to that review memo and the very last paragraph, it says, next, it would violate the code for the Assembly to vote on AO 2024-2045, I think 45 is meant, but there it says 25, without the Planning and Zoning Commission first reviewing the AO and making a recommendation to the Assembly. Where a board...
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Colhais.
Mr. Chair, I would just offer that this seems to be more of a discussion related to 11F as opposed to this item which is under discussion.
So
Thank you.
I think I'm going to rule that it's different in the sense that we have two conditions that we operate under. One condition in which the planning department, when it wants an item, says it's okay to waive planning and zoning, and when it doesn't want an item, it says it's not okay to waive planning and zoning. So I think what Mr. Walland is doing is putting forward the clear case of facts so that when we come back to this one and we decide whether or not to approve it, that we have the complete and full story. So I'm going to, wait, hold on. I'm going to override the point of order. The members, a motion to override the ruling of the chair is always warranted.
I move to override the ruling of the chair.
All right, so is there a second?
Second.
All right, so there's been a motion to override the ruling of the chair and a second. Madam Clerk. Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Mr. Littlefield.
Mr. Soltz on challenging the ruling of the chair.
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
No.
On a vote of 4-7, the ruling of the chair stands. Mr. Walland.
Thank you. It is germane because the item that we are contemplating waives planning and zoning. We have an assertion from a planning department that it's a violation of code for the Assembly not to refer these matters to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So where I'm headed with this is to Assembly Council. Can you please speak to the authority of the Assembly to waive planning and zoning? Because I want to make sure that if I support item 14M, which the Planning Department raised no objection to, that I'm not somehow violating code. Does the Assembly violate code when we waive Planning and Zoning Commission of a Title 21 text amendment?
I'm going to interrupt here and just say to the petitioners, I'm sorry you're getting caught in the hamburger of local government, but it is an important question. Mr. Gates. Okay, Mr. Hurd.
Through the chair to Member Volland, as I move my mic closer. So there are provisions of Title 21 that purportedly state to require Planning and Zoning Commission review of any proposed amendment to the text of Title 21. However, an amendment to the text of Title I is an inherently legislative act, and as this is a home rule municipality, and this body is the legislative branch of that home rule municipality, your legislative authority can only be constrained by charter, the Alaska statute, Alaska Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution. So your authority to amend code is governed by that, and that has been the prevailing understanding since the Title 21 rewrite when these procedures for text textual amendments to Title 21 were introduced. There is a provision that allows for the planning director to make technical amendments that are identified out of inconsistencies that resulted out of the Title 21 text rewrite. However, when that provision is invoked, it's explicitly invoked in the text of the AO, and by far the vast majority of amendments to the text of Title 21 that have waived Planning and Zoning Commission review don't rely on that and implicitly rely on the inherent authority of the legislative branch.
Okay, thank you, and I will wrap up here, but again, I want to thank the co-sponsors for bringing this forward, this item. I'm going to support it. I think it's great, and I wish the folks, the property owners who brought this forward, all success in your endeavors. But I will just assert to the planning department, I want to make sure that if these things come forward, it is not rules for thee, but not for me. Thank you.
I see Ms. Hauser has added herself. You're good. You were in the queue.
Through the chair, we don't agree that the Planning and Zoning Commission review should be waived. And so we do have Allison Bolgiano here. She represents or has dealt very intimately with the planning department and would be able to opine on that. But the point is, we disagree that with Assembly Council on this issue, and we've made that somewhat clear. And we also, it's the decision of the planning department to decide what they want to do in this case, but we don't think it's good policy to waive provisions as is being suggested here. Thanks.
I believe I just heard it asserted that the decision is the planning department's. That's what I think I just heard.
Forgive me, the planning department has the right to disagree with what we are saying, but the Department of Law's position is that we shouldn't just waive provisions of code.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. That's a bigger, much different situation. I have a number of people in the queue. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 points on this. One is, I hope that this item demonstrates how we can work cooperatively together with the planning department to solve an issue that got stuck where a constituent reached the end of what they could do, reached out, and we were collaboratively able to find a way forward. I think that is a really essential piece to how local government should work. But Mr. Volan's comments are taken, and I think it's important that we make sure whatever we're doing, whatever the approach we have, is consistent. And I think consistency is key. I also just want to disagree with the municipal attorney's assertion that assertion around good policy. It is up to this body, the Assembly, to determine what is good policy. And it is up to the municipal attorney's office to tell us whether or not something complies with code. And I trust the legal advice provided by Mr. Hurt that waiving planning and zoning review is fully within our purview. So I just wanted to make that distinction. Thank you.
All right. Back at the top, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, first on the comment about waiving planning and zoning, waiving the Planning and Zoning Commission review. I was just trying to remember because we've done that multiple times in things that have passed. It was in the changes to Title 21 that had to do with alcohol, special land use permits. It was in the open space reduction ordinance that waived planning and zoning review. And then I'll also point out that there was an item that did not waive planning and zoning review, which was to remove the, I'm not going to remember all the details, but the 10% requirement for you're redeveloping a building, essentially, or doing improvements. That was not waived, and it basically took 3 months to get back to the same answer that we anticipated, which was that no one had any issue with it. So the question is really, does it change the outcome always to send it to Planning and Zoning Review? I say that with great respect for the Planning and Zoning Commission, but also with great respect to our legislative powers. Then briefly on a separate topic, I appreciate this ordinance in particular because it's such a strange thing that was put into our code in the first place. The idea that if your lot is less than 5,500 square feet, which by the way is larger than the lot that I currently live on because I'm in a zero lot line, and so I only have a slice of one property, that you're not allowed to build something on it. And again, as the petitioner pointed out, or the folks testifying, that it matters also whether you own both lots or not. That just seems arbitrary. So I really appreciate, it seems like this should not have been in here in the first place. It's not worth going back and trying to figure out why it was there. But really all it says is that basically you have to have a much larger minimum lot size, and saying that we need to have large minimum lot sizes is directly contrary to the entire set of goals in the plan around compact housing, around the idea of having different types of housing. And again, it does not say that every single lot needs to be a small lot. What it is setting is a smaller floor for what a lot size is. So anyway, I appreciate that this was brought forward. I look forward to voting on it, and it leaves me wondering how many other of these little Easter eggs are in Title 21 and how many more individual cases we're going to hear where someone finally discovers it and discovers this problem in real life. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I'll just say I support the underlying ordinance. This seems like a pretty nice, straightforward fix to a problem that does not seem to have a rational basis to me. However, I'll say that I think an interesting question has been raised about when and if things should go before Planning and Zoning Commission review. And as I was reading this, that is, a part that gave me pause as I was contemplating it. And the question has been, or it's been suggested, that the planning department is applying it somewhat arbitrarily when they think it should go for that review and when it should not. And since we have Mr. Lyons on the phone, I was wondering if you could perhaps state if there's some rationale to in which cases you think we should require that review, and how that squares with the fact that you did not in this case.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Colhase.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Whitfield is now on the line, and he was more directly involved with this. So, Mr. Whitfield, if you could speak to that question, if you are in fact on the line, and if you heard it. Thank you.
Yes, Dave Whitfield, Planning Department. Thank you, Mr. Colhase. This ordinance was born really out of an issue with a property owner that owns two legally non-conforming lots. Ms. Member Zalatel brought the issue to me and asked for a solution. And I suggested that an ordinance would solve the issue for them, for the property owners. With that, she asked me to prepare the ordinance. When we prepared the ordinance, we left out language waiving the P&Z review. That was intentional. It was Assembly Legal Counsel that added the language and asked me if I was okay with that. And it was not my position that we waive P&Z review, and thus I decided not to respond. And so to the question as to whether we use discretion in deciding when to waive P&Z review, we don't do that. We don't add language. That typically comes from Assembly Council, and on a number of ordinances they have done that. Thank you.
Does that suffice for your comments, Mr. Colhase?
It does, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Whitfield.
All right. Well, we're going to get to the bottom of all this. The Assembly is the legislative body of this municipality. I have myself in the queue to close and say to the petitioners, thank you for bringing up some way we could fix some of the unanticipated problems in our code. Oh, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, and I think probably the outcome's a foregone conclusion, but I'd still like to go through the exercise. I would like to amend the AO on page 3, starting at line 31, to remove Section 2, the waiver of review to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which I think by effect that if...
Point of order.
Ms. Salatel, what's your point of order?
Wouldn't the correct move be to just make a motion to refer?
I think that's fine. If it's the same effect, then I would make a motion to refer this to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review.
Either one would work. So there's a motion to refer by Mr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Seconded by Ms. Braga. I would like to put myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Why don't you come on down, petitioners? What's your timeline for doing something with these lots is my question.
We've owned the lots for 12 years. In January, we went to the planning department with our proposal when we found out this was an issue. We'd like to do it this summer. We're running out of time.
That's all I need to hear.
Okay. We're also running out of time because we're getting old.
I hear you. No, and I think there's one set of people in this town who recognize they're not going to have an opportunity because a lot of those who have had the opportunity are holding back people because of the ossification of their beliefs of how our system is supposed to be. So I just wanted to make sure we got in the record. There is a real project. There are real people with a real interest and real money to build, ready to go, but for a piece of our code that's anachronistic and failed, and we're going to send them on a 3-month journey on a sideboard that will push them off until next year is what this proposal is. So
costing us money. And
time and money. Yeah. So thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I just want to share, because I was looking recently at the schedule for Planning and Zoning Commission, and for new cases, the next meeting is going to be Monday, June 3rd. In order to have been put on that agenda, you needed to have it submitted by Tuesday, March 26th. So a new case would need to be submitted by Tuesday, May 28th, and then the Planning and Zoning hearing would be Monday, August 5th, and that is according to the Planning and Zoning Commission's own schedule.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm frustrated. I understand why Mr. Johnson made the motion, and I appreciate his consistency. But I think what I would really like to stress here is that these folks started at the planning counter trying to find a solution, and we only found a solution when they came to their elected representative. So they've already had delay. And to lose this building season is untenable. I think that addressing the issue of consistency is very important, and it's one that I am open to working with any member on, because I think when someone wants to do something, the process should be predictable regardless of which way you access it. So I don't support the referral. I understand it, but I don't support it, and I think it unduly punishes someone, frankly, who has something ready to go and has had to find their way to us in a way that already wasn't easy. Thank you.
Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. I just got one quick question. We get a lot of things laid on the table here. Why can't this assembly and this body lay the table on the P&Z Commission and have them review it in June at the upcoming event?
I can answer that just because every other petitioner has a right to be there, and they're in line and they got there first. And so for us to arbitrarily say you're the one who goes first, it means we're harming all of those other people who are in the queue already. And so that makes a real difficult situation to manage. Okay, so the motion is to refer. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 2 to 9, the motion to refer has failed. Next, we have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to... Oh, hold on. The clerk is having the joy of OnBase. Yes, on this motion, members may proceed to vote. It's the main motion. as amended.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Presvedia?
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2024-54 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14O, AO 2024-56, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the importance of Ship Creek Small Boat Launch, amending Anchorage Municipal Code 1150 to establish maintenance and operations of the SCSBL as a duty and responsibility of the Don Young Port of Alaska, requiring development of an action plan for future funding, maintenance, and operations, and related matters. So this item, public hearing on this item is now open. We have at least one person to speak on the phone. If you want to speak now, come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on. Oh, you just turned it off. There you go.
Zach Manzella, South Anchorage. I'm here on behalf of Aquatech LLC, who does a lot of work with seafood processing here in Anchorage. They do a product, Happy Claws, Lucky Paws, a freeze-dried salmon treat for dogs and cats that they sell locally and on Amazon throughout the country. They try to get their raw materials from set netters here in the Anchorage area. If this isn't addressed, there's concern from the set netting community that they won't have access to the waterways. I think this is not just a small business issue, but it's a larger issue than that as well. I'm curious as to how it stands us in good stead in case there was some sort of emergency on the water, if we needed to launch boats to get out there to either help someone or rescue someone in a recovery or rescue situation, if we weren't basically letting ourselves become negligent in that area as well. But certainly I'm here on behalf of a business that wants to continue to promote buying local seafood from set netters in the Anchorage area. And so I'd ask you to focus on that and move forward with making sure that this is an access area that we can maintain for businesses and people of all sorts. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis, why don't we go ahead and call?
Your call has been forwarded to...
Try one more time.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Now, I know this one is kind of an odd duck. We have a bunch of things that were incorporated into it, and I'm not sure who knows the path we're going forward. So, is it Mr. Salt?
So I'll probably need some guidance here from Mr. Gates. So we have, what we'd like to do is sub AO with an AR, and we have essentially, to bring everyone up to speed, I'll say a pinky promise with the administration.
Hold on.
Yep.
So it's not substituting, it would be moving the AR, and so instead of moving the AO, hold on one second.
Okay, motion. Yep.
So it's the unnumbered AR that was incorporated when we incorporated the agenda, and so that's the item you'll be moving.
Okay, so I'd like to move the unnumbered AR.
Second.
So a motion to approve the unnumbered AR associated with item 14O is moved by Mr. Salt and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Okay, now Mr. Salt.
Okay, so what we have going on here to bring everyone up to speed is the port will continue to do what they did last year this season, They will select a contractor to perform dredging in the upcoming window in early June, and then the AR then request that the administration seek a plan for future seasons to move this away from the port, and whether they move it to Parks and Recs, PME, the user groups, UAA, the list goes on. We left open-ended, so essentially we just cut section 3 of the AO short, removed it, and converted it to an AR, which you should have. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to discuss them now.
All right, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. And just why we brought an AR as a substitute, when we were at the Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting, the administration was pretty clear that they did not support the ordinance. And so we wanted to find a path forward where we wouldn't have to necessarily chance anything with a veto or have any delays with a veto and an override. So pretty much effectuates a lot of the same things it does effectuate and provides direction to the port to do what we discussed at Enterprise and Utility Oversight. They are on that really tight timeline, in case you missed it or forgot, where that dredging can only happen between June 5th and June 8th, I believe. So really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to provide clear direction and support that we get the small boat launch opened, and as Mr. Schultz said, then come back and take another look about how to figure something else out for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank both the sponsors for bringing this forward, and just want to add that I understand the importance of the small boat launch, and it is challenging for the Assembly to really come up with what is really an operating plan. And so I appreciate that this resolution at least focuses on this year and then asks for a more long-term plan. I think that's very appropriate. And then just briefly, I spoke before the meeting started to the port director. I don't think he's here. I don't have questions for him, just saying that we had a quick conversation about what happens this year, and it was before we saw this resolution, so he was ambivalent on the ordinance itself, but it sounds like there is a plan moving forward, and that the port is supportive of getting it taken care of this year and then having that longer term conversation. Thank you.
Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure I got something on the record, a little, maybe perhaps a different interpretation. The port director, although in the work session described that they had the ability to do this temporary hold until there was an operational plan, also articulated that in the long run it is not ideal for the port because it's not part of the way the users get service from, right? And so there are distinctions there with respect to the port. And I also want to just highlight that today, I think I will support this because I don't fully understand the total outreach of this particular community and asset, but I also recognize that I don't know that in the big picture, I think we really have to be thoughtful about the way we utilize these sorts of assets, the long-term, not only support our operation, but also what sort of other usages that we want to consider for these sorts of assets. And one of the questions that I didn't know, maybe someone has the answer today, was what is the amount of users, the amount of launches annually from this particular asset? Does someone have that readily available for me, or sponsors? Perhaps Mr. Salt, or perhaps Mr. Colhase?
Mr. Chair, Director Rebuffo is available on the phone, and he may have some of the information that is being asked for. Mr. Rebuffo?
Yes, I am here. Steve Rebuffo, Port Director. Through the chair to Assemblymember Martinez. We were fortunate enough to have somebody help us do a count 2 years ago, and the count in that particular year was 700 launches and recoveries in that one season. I think it was 2022. Now, that doesn't mean 700 individual users, but it means 700 events where there was a launch and a recovery at the small boat launch.
Thank you, Mr. Rebuffo. And I highlight that because there is usage. There are folks in our community that are utilizing these things. But this is not necessarily germane, Chair, but I wanted to articulate a comparison. If there are 700 launches here and we're having this conversation about making sure that this facility is open and available, in 2023, Centennial Park had over 1,100 reservations to the park. And so when we pick and choose which assets we want to really support as a municipality, I just hope for more consistency to that we can honor the users of these particular things, especially when there's so many. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Two things. One, there was the testifier mentioned emergencies and the use of the small boat harbor, but we've got it on good information that our EMS system has its own small dock and has its own launch down there where the ship exists and where their equipment exists, so they are able to mount emergency water rescues if needed, despite the condition of the small boat launch. And this is a very challenging issue, this small piece of our infrastructure, because it highlights once again the move by our funding partners outside the state, in particular, to recede from its commitment to funding Anchorage for anything, really, $100 million a year loss over the last several years, each year plus. And so what that translates into is all of a sudden the users who are using the small boat harbor have what's reasonable expectation that the small boat harbor will work, but it's being paid for by the shippers of the port, which doesn't make any sense. And so then the ask is, well, shift it to the municipality, which would then be the taxpayer. And so the taxpayer doesn't use the small boat harbor. And so then the question becomes, how does the cost causer become a cost payer? And so, which is not a conversation that the users probably want to have. And it's a conversation that we're having to deal with all across the board. And so I think in the conversation about a public draft plan, which is section 3, a public draft action plan shall be completed and presented to the Assembly's Enterprise Committee by August 22nd, 2024. It's going to have to look at the hard calls, like, is there a fee structure that the users are going to have to pay, a permitting method? You have to pay a permit to park up at a Chugach State Park parking lot. You know, if you go to the Matsu to use a climb up the butte, you have to pay the county or the borough. And so these are the hard conversations a city that's maturing and being forced to and standing on its own 2 feet are having to look at. How is the cost causer going to at least participate in the payment of the services that are being utilized? And so that's the tough part of this conversation. The port says it's not them, which I get. The taxpayer probably is going to say it's not them because the resources are limited. And so how do we figure this out? That's an interesting question. With that, I think members may proceed to vote on the resolution.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, item 14O, which is the resolution that was unnumbered, that was incorporated, has passed the body, and is titled, "A Resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the Dongyeong Port of Alaska provide operation support for the Ship Creek small boat launch for the 2024 season and requesting the administration develop an action plan for future funding, maintenance, and operations of the boat launch." All right, now I think we get to roll back up to 14A. A is AR 2024-146, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $4,350,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Rec Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 461100, Anchorage Parks and Rec Department from general obligation bonds, bond proceeds to pay the cost of capital improvement projects within the Anchorage Parks and Rec Service Area. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? On this bond?
Yeah, this was supposed to be
Sir, this item is this item right here, item 14A, AR 20. Sir, you're out of order again. You're out of order again. So this public hearing, if you want to speak on AR 2024-146 is now before us. Is anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley.
Yep, just, this is funding that was approved by the voters this year on the April 2nd ballot. I think it was April 2nd. So thank you to the voters for approving this funding.
Ms. Bronga.
I was just going to say the same thing. I am so appreciative of the voters supporting our parks, and especially the East area was a big winner in this, and I am very appreciative.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-146 has passed the body. Thank you. Next, we have item 14B. 14B is AR 2024-147, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,500,000 to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 451100. Anchorage Police Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of public safety improvements, the Elmore Station heating system and roof construction
Waive reading.
the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service area. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved
Second.
by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Herrera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-147 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C. Item 14C is AR 2024-150, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $47,110,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 441100. Project Management and Engineering Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvement projects within ARTSA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-150 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14D, AR 2024-151, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $500,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for Anchorage signal system, signage, and safety improvements, $700,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for ambulance replacement, and $1,500,000 to the Traffic Department for school zone safety, traffic calming, and safety improvements, all to the Anchorage area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401100.
Waive reading?
Not yet. And appropriating $1,860,000 to the Public Transportation Department for the transit facilities, centers, bus stop improvements, fleet and support equipment, and support vehicle replacement and expansion. Now, waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So, public hearing on that item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, just briefly, so the last few items as well, thank you to the voters. Figured I'd save some time. But on this one, I just want to point out very briefly, there's a lot of great stuff in here. One of them is something that the voters approved this year that I was proud to be a co-sponsor of, and that was doubling the investment in traffic calming funding from $500,000 to $1 million. So it's still not going to get anywhere close to really doing the whole suite of projects that are contemplated, but it's going to get us twice as far as it would have otherwise. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next we have, anyone else, I guess? Anyone else? Okay, seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-151 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E, which is AR 2024-152, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $4 million to the Chugach State Park Access Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 410100, Maintenance and Operations Department from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of Sunnyside Trail Access Improvement Project in the Chugach State Park Access Service Area. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, that item has passed the body, our 2024-152. Next, we have item 14F. 14F is AO 2024-52, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 26.30.025 to clarify the Assembly's authority to approve official comment and response on behalf of the municipality as both an included owner and party of the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement and the executive's responsibility to advocate on behalf of the municipality. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel, you want to speak to it?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this just solidifies that as to the policy of the 1991 agreement, the official comments, particularly now that we are in a comment period to the governor, both as a stakeholder and an owner of the hydroelectric utility, that it rests with the Assembly. And I think this is really important. I think throughout this process, as the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement was discussed, I think there was a lack of clarity as to who spoke for the municipality, and we've taken several steps to make that much more clear. The AM really lays that out, stating our prior ordinance that says the Assembly shall be responsible for all policy decisions. This just makes it clear that when we are going to speak or provide official comments about those policy decisions, that it does come from the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to be really clear that the code already essentially says this, but what we're doing here is making it really clear. It's clarifying the fact that this is the case. So this, in essence, doesn't change the current condition. It just communicates broadly to courts, to third parties, to others, that this is reiterated the position of the municipality. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Reading this made me think of other situations where basically the municipality speaks by resolution, for example, or by action of this body. One of them is the legislative program that's specific in our code, and that is intended to be a joint set of priorities from the executive branch and the legislative branch, but ultimately it passes through the Assembly for approval. And then similarly, again, any resolution that we've taken in support of a legislative bill and support, any position on anything like that has been through a resolution of the Assembly, and so this feels appropriate, and I appreciate the explanation.
Else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
No.
Can you say that again, Mr. Salt? You truncated out.
No.
All right, thank you. On a vote of 10 to 1, AO 2024-52 has passed the body. Ms. Brawley.
I understand this is reluctant, but I will move to extend the meeting to 11:20, so by 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute extension.
All right, yeah, 20 minutes to go to 11:20 p.m.
Motion to extend the meeting by Ms. Brawley to 11:20.
I'll second, but we'll need to go later.
You what?
I second, but we'll need to go later.
Maybe. We'll see. Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Okay, so there's a motion to extend to 11:20. Is there objection? I'm hearing, seeing none, we're extended to 11:20. So next we have a series of items. For members of the public who are here to testify on this item, know that you don't have to testify on each of the three, but you could. We have some people who have signed up for all three. For economy of time, just think about that. So next we have item 14, GAO 2024-48, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of HLB parcels 2-127 through 2-136.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks for having us. I'm Ellen Kazari. I'm from East Anchorage, but I'm here tonight as the Great Land Trust Executive Director with my colleagues. So we're very excited to speak in support of the creation of the new Potter Marsh Watershed Park and the related ordinances AO 2024, 47, 48, and 49. Great Land Trust is frankly just delighted to be working with the municipality in partnership to create yet another park for all Anchorage and our visitors to enjoy. And we hope the Assembly will support this project, which helps protect the watershed of Potter Marsh, which is, as you know, one of the most popular and well-visited Anchorage hotspots for wildlife viewing, while also creating yet another opportunity for all of us to get outside and enjoy the very best of Anchorage. So with that, I'll keep it short. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? No. Oh, go ahead and, all right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, my name is John Goltz. My last name is spelled G-O-L-T-Z. I live in Rogers Park neighborhood in Midtown Anchorage, work in the oil and gas industry, and serve on the Great Land Trust Board of Directors. I testify here in strong support of each of the three ordinances that would expand the Potter Marsh protected area and establish the Potter Marsh Watershed Park. I enjoy skating with my family at Potter Marsh, but note that I have personal experience with falling through the thin ice there, so be careful about that risk. But because of the skating, also the swans, the salmon, the open space, the views, and the unique location, Potter Marsh really is an iconic part of Anchorage. It's a mental marker for many of us, signifying leaving and returning to Anchorage on the Seward Highway. I think it serves Anchorage well for our residents and our many visitors that marker be a natural area. It would serve Anchorage even more to have that natural area be expanded to include the adjacent uplands with trails to provide views across Turnagain Arm and also to protect the watershed that determines the water quality of the marsh. Also to have new opportunities for public access for hiking, skiing, and safely skating. The best value of these unique lands is to preserve their conservation, scenic, and recreation values and to make them available for public use. The Great Land Trust staff, in cooperation with other contributors, have done the heavy lifting. They have put together a viable transaction, documented broad public support, and brought in about $4 million of federal grant money to make it happen. So I encourage this Assembly to seize the opportunity and make Anchorage even a better place for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Kathy Gleason, speaking on behalf of myself. I live in Turnagain, but I just wanted to voice and echo the previous testimony. My husband and I have been long-term supporters of Great Land Trust, and the work that they do to conserve some really special areas within the Anchorage municipality. And this is a really good example of an area that deserves that long-term protection. And so thank you to Great Land Trust and the Heritage Land Bank staff and commission for moving this forward, and to all the other parties. I know Rabbit Creek Community Council, strong supporter, and even though I live clear on the other end of town, this is a place where we all enjoy to go, and to expand this area and protect the watershed area is just a really noble thing to do, and I encourage a unanimous support of the 3 ordinances that you're here considering tonight, and look forward to a future ordinance that'll actually give it permanent dedication, permanent parkland dedication. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? All right, we'll go to the phone list.
Hello, this is Cheryl.
Hi there, Ms. Rose. So we have you listed for testimony on 3 items tonight. They're generally the similar items. I'm wondering if we might ask you to speak once for all 3 items.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Am I going to be able to speak before the vote happens? Or
Say that again?
am I going to be able to speak before they vote on the ordinances?
Yeah, no. So you'll have 3 minutes. Now's the time.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead. We're hearing
Hi.
AO 2024-48. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Rosa, and I'm a resident of South Anchorage. Are they able to hear me?
Go ahead. Your clock is running.
Hi. My name is Cheryl Rosa, and I am a resident of South Anchorage. My property includes lots 1 and 2, Block 1 of Susitna View Estates, which is bordered on 2 sides by the proposed Potter Marsh Watershed Park. I appreciate your willingness to hear my public testimony. My testimony involves ordinances AO 2024-47, 48, and 49. Bottom line up front, my home borders this proposed park. My driveway, which is part of a road that for 50-plus years provided access to a BLM mining claim and the subsequent subdivision, has been deemed in conflict with the goals of the proposed park and related conservation easement, as it crosses onto Heritage Land Bank Parcel 2-136. I believe our driveway to be grandfathered in per federal law, RS 2477. The law states that the underlying property owner may not restrict the reasonable and necessary use as measured in light of traditional uses and purposes of the right-of-way. I'm asking that the approval of these ordinances to be delayed while we work with the Heritage Land Bank on an agreed path forward prior to land conveying to the Parks and Recreation Department and the subsequent creation of a conservation easement. As impacted homeowners, we initially had no communications from HLB beyond the yellow postcard that was sent to all residents neighboring the park. After the comment period was closed, we received a certified letter stating our driveway was in question. After telling us to work with us to find a mutually agreeable solution, the Heritage Land Bank invited us to a meeting and offered no solutions other than the loss of our driveway. This is not acceptable to us, as losing access to our home and our largest asset will significantly affect the value of our home. We'll also restrict the access of emergency vehicles to our home. We have children and are very concerned about this. I want to state that I am supportive of the park. I think it's great in general, and that we are trying in every way possible to avoid taking legal action, which we know will be costly and likely to hold up this project. We have had 2 contractors come out to assess the possibility of changing the configuration of the very steep existing access on our property. Neither contractor was willing to take on the project, citing its complexity as well as the instability of the area in general. Costs were estimated to be greater than $100,000, and there was no guarantee that additional work would not be needed in the future, as the entire area, which is mostly cut bank cliffs, is unstable. I'm asking for approval of these ordinances to be postponed until a solution to this issue is found. At the very least, we would like an assurance that an easement to use the driveway and road that has been consistently in use for 50-plus years be granted. If the proposed removal of our rights to our driveway was to move forward and easement rights were ignored, it would set a dangerous precedent for Alaskan landowners. I'm happy to provide additional details that fall outside of scope of the 3-minute comment period. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we go ahead and call the next?
Hello? Hello?
Hi there, Mr. Porcho. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on 3 ordinances you signed, or yeah, just one you signed up for tonight. AO 2024-48. Is this Pat? Hello?
Hello?
Is this Mr. Porcho? Hello?
Yeah, my name is Pat Porcho. I'm a resident of South Anchorage. I'd like to testify on all 3 proposed ordinances.
Thank you. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. The time has started. Please proceed. We can't hear you if you're talking. Let me go ahead and call him back one more time. Can you turn off your TV or whatever you're listening to the meeting on? I think we're getting feedback, but also there's a volume issue. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on. We'll try them one more time after we do the next one. Can we call the next one?
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Green? This is the Anchorage Assembly calling on AOs 2024-48, 49, 47. Is this Mr. Green?
Yep, this is.
Hey, so we're asking just if you don't mind, speak once for the 3 ordinances.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name's Ken Green. I live in South Anchorage, to the west of the intersection of Theodosia Drive and East 172nd. Our property includes lots 1 and 2, block 1 of Susitna View Estates, which puts us in the crook of the L where Heritage Land Bank parcels 2127 and 2136 meet. So our property is bordered on 2 sides by the proposed park. We've been told that the driveway and sole access to our property is in conflict with the goals of the proposed park and the conservation easement. This is the only access to the single most financially significant asset that our family owns, the value of which is now really being threatened due to possible restricted access. From the research that we've done to date, and without trying to delve too deeply into the details, we've been able to ascertain that the historic access to the Susitna View Estates subdivision predated the subdivision and was initially for a small mining operation, which then morphed into the access to the subdivision and Theodosia Drive. The subdivision was platted in July of 1970, so this road and our driveway have existed and have been in constant use for over 50 years, as both our property and the HLB properties have cycled through multiple owners. This driveway that has been used over the years to access our property crosses HLB parcel 2136. Our research leads us to believe that there could be justification for an easement along the original access road. One reason that has been cited for justification of the proposed park is the steepness of the terrain and the challenges presented to access for potential development. Our property is similarly very steep, particularly along Theodosia Drive where the driveway access is, which I'm fairly confident is why the driveway was put in the way that it was 50 plus years ago. Our efforts to investigate new earthwork to account for a restriction of the historic access has only led to shaking heads, comments about grandfathering in the existing access, and very high cost estimates. If access to this existing driveway is restricted, not only will access to our property become more challenging for our own use, but access for large emergency service vehicles that might need to be called upon will have reduced access as well. I want to make it clear that I am not opposed to the proposed park, assuming that the impacts to our neighboring residents are kept to a minimum.
More than anything, this is a plea for reasonableness in coming to resolution on this driveway issue that takes into account the long-time access that has been in use, preferably without having to resort to legal action that could slow the overall park process and add unwelcome expense for all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me try one more time.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Porchot, this is Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on 2024 48, 49, 47. If you'd like, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to testify on all three proposed ordinances.
Go ahead.
My wife and I are residents and homeowners in the immediate vicinity of both the proposed Potter Marsh Watershed Park and the HLB parcels that are proposed for transfer to the municipality Parks and Rec Department. We are in strong support of the proposed assembly ordinances. The proposed new Muni Watershed Park constitutes one of the last and largest undeveloped contiguous tracts on the lower hillside. Protection of these tracts for watershed, wildlife, and recreation values will be an important contribution to the long-range health and vitality of our community. Thank you so much, and thank you for calling back also.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard on these items, or this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
So we have a motion to approve item 14G, AO 2024-48 by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and I have a question just based on the testifiers for HLB, because I see staff are here. I wonder if I could ask a question of Ms. Briggs. Basically, without getting into all of the details of what those couple landowners had shared, my question is really, does this ordinance number 48 and then the next ordinance 49, do those have anything to do with easements? Because I see 47 does. So if you can just clarify if there's any need to resolve that other issue, would this affect this ordinance and the next ordinance?
Thank you. Tiffany Briggs, Real Estate Director, through the chair to Member Brawley. Those easements will be coming back before the body. What we're looking for today is just approval to move forward with the acquisition of the GCI parcels, using the HLB parcels for a match, and then eventually putting a conservation easement on the parcels. But before the conservation easement can happen, we would have to have these easement issues worked out.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the issues that were raised are not necessarily ones that there's action taken in any of these three ordinances?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
I think Member Brawley covered it.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, members may proceed to vote. We might have to do a voice vote. We'll see.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Littlefield?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Bronga?
Yes?
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
It's
Mr.
back.
Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
It's not back.
It's not
Motion
back.
is passed 11-0.
So on a motion, on a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-48 has passed the body. Adrian, yeah, it's gone again. In, out, in, out. Okay, next we have item 14H, AO 2024-49, an ordinance approving the acquisition of real property legally described as Tract A, Legacy Point Subdivision, Plat 2006-01, PID 020-181-61-000, and Tract 1 Viewpoint Subdivision, Plat 84-154, PID 020-201-25-000.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the matter? So, I don't see anyone in the queue. I will say one thing. I support all of these, no problem. But I wish our community had half as much interest in supporting housing and development and the things that have to go with it than we are in creating parks. Because Anchorage loves its parks, but there's not going to be anyone who has a place to live if we don't solve the other part of the equation. So with that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Branga?
Yes?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Chair Constant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Littlefield?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
So on a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-49 has passed the body. Next we have item 14I, AO 2024-47, an ordinance approving dedication of conservation easement over parcels legally described as Tract A, Legacy Point Subdivision, Plat 2006-01, PID 020-181-61000, Tract 1 Viewpoint Subdivision, Plat 84-154, PID 020-201-25-000, and Heritage Land Bank parcels 2-127 through 2-136. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing for this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Our queue might be alive. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-47 has passed the body. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to extend to 11:45.
There's a motion to extend.
Come on, folks.
Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Branga. I'm going to ask members to vote on this. It's an 8-vote majority. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1, we are extended to 11:45. Next, we have item 14J, AO 2024-50, an ordinance authorizing a one-year lease with 3 one-year options to extend between the Municipality of Anchorage tenant and Diamond Center Holdings LLC lesser for premises located within the Diamond Center Mall, 800 East Diamond Boulevard in Anchorage for the operation of an express library. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-50 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14K, AO 2024-51, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 9.04.010, 9.38.020, and 25.10.010 to refine the definition of the electric bicycle and increase equitable access and improve user safety on two-way mixed-use trails and sidewalks. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Chair,
Mr. Martinez.
I want to move to continue the public hearing on this item to the second meeting of June, so that we have the opportunity to bring this to a work session and potentially the Transportation Committee.
Second.
All right, thank you. Motion to continue public hearing to June 25. Mr. Martinez, who was the second? Mr. Presverdia. Any discussion on the motion?
June 25.
Yeah. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed on to vote on the motion to continue.
Ms. Alatel?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-51 has been, the public hearing has been continued to the meeting of June 25th. Next, we have the final item on the agenda, the business agenda, item 14N, AO 2024-55, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 15.20.020 and 16.125.065 to reduce the standard 15-day prohibited campsite abatement notice to 10 days.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's sorry. Ms. Alatel, please go ahead.
Thank you. As the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, we have taken a position on this topic, and I would ask to be excused, and if excused, would ask to sign off for the night, as it's the last item.
Yep, absolutely. As this is within the wheelhouse of your professional day job, it's determination you do have a personal interest in this item, so you are excused for the rest of the night. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now the meeting is open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Glatt. I live in District 1. I'm the Executive Director of Borealis Legal Services. So I've submitted written testimony to keep that part of this short. First of all, I don't think this is the appropriate place for the Assembly to express its enforcement priorities. Ideally, that is really a job of the executive branch, and baking something like that into the code, frankly, I think would be unenforceable and maybe even invite complex litigation if you abate somebody in the wrong order of priorities. It's just completely unnecessary, and I urge you to reject that. Furthermore, I think tightening the ratchet on people who are self-sheltering throughout this municipality is coming at this issue backwards. The fact that we started the summer with a committee meeting with an agenda item called Summer Abatement Plans is an embarrassment that this city should be working to avoid ever repeating again. And I think one of the reasons why we're stuck on this treadmill is we're coming at this issue backwards. The question isn't how to abate more forcefully, more swiftly, and more punitively. The question is, we have approximately 1,000 residents in Anchorage who are unhoused and unsheltered, and by definition in the code, are incapable of escaping committing the crime of trespass or avoiding creating what the municipality calls a public nuisance. It's absolutely impossible not to do that right now. What the Assembly should be concerning itself with is answering the question, where can those 1,000 people, residents of this city, live and breathe without violating the municipal code? Making the code more punitive, as is proposed here, is not going to achieve that job. I just really urge you to take a hard look at this section of the code before making tweaks like this and doing an assessment to ask yourselves, is this code performing the function it's designed to do, and it just needs to be done better, or do you need to revisit this code altogether? As I pointed out before, this is already under litigation, different aspects of the code. I don't see any point in making it messier than it already is, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second?
Moved. The S version is moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Bronca. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So starting with the S version, there are two changes in this. The first adds licensed childcare facilities to the list of protected uses, which I believe was a glaring hole in the current language. The second clarifies some language in the exceptions section of the code at the request of the Department of Law. Those are the two main changes in the S version. So nothing that's really broad or sweeping, I would characterize. Taking this to a broader level, I think this is a much more light touch version of changes to abatement than the previous version that was put forward by the mayor, which we as a body rejected. We aren't really adding new powers or responsibilities. We are simply saying, if we are going to be doing abatement this summer, which is a big if, here are some of the policy priorities which are critical. And so I'll just read through them, the heart of this ordinance. It's between pages 1 and 2. The first is those proximate to protected land uses that are described below. And like I said earlier, we only really added one protected land use, which is licensed child care facilities. Second priority is any of those prohibited campsites with over 25 tents, huts, lean-tos, or other shelters. And we've talked about how when there's a certain mass of individuals in any one particular campsite, that leads to negative impacts both within and without. And so really looking what we can do to limit the size of prohibited campsites is something that's from a policy perspective beneficial, I would say. Thirdly, on those within 1/2 of a mile of any licensed homeless shelter as defined in Chapter 16.125. And again, we've talked about that in the past, about how this one is particularly to protect individuals within any of our licensed shelters. This is something that I think the system as a whole would largely support, so that we can make sure that folks staying in shelters are not victimized. And then other prohibited campsites, right? So this really is laying out those policy priorities. And in my opinion, respectfully, I think it absolutely is in our wheelhouse to make this kind of policy decision. Otherwise, this ordinance does not impact any other types of abatement that might be done on health, life, and safety grounds, something that the administration has stated that they believe they can do within the confines of the law and court decisions. So I'll be perfectly blunt. This ordinance isn't really going to solve everyone's issues that they might have with the neighborhood camp. This ordinance at least gives some guidelines, some parameters, some priority areas for ways to get the job done that I think should have positive impacts for all parts of our community, both housed and unhoused. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Byrd, on the behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this quick. So I want to, first of all, say thank you to Mr. Rivera for bringing this forward, to Assembly Counsel and Kate Buer from the Department of Law for working together. This, as the AM pointed out, some of the aspects of this were brought forward by the administration. I want to highlight, however, Mr. Chair, two things that were not, and one of the reasons why the administration expresses some caution here. The first one is the one that Mr. Glatt brought up in his testimony, and that is putting the prioritization into code. That is an executive function in the true sense of executing, and we think it's the purview of the executive branch to determine those priorities, but not in a way that it's enshrined in code. So we have a difference of opinion there. The other thing is, my understanding is that there was some semantic differences on licensed child care center, which I believe is the language in the code, but for the health department, the language is licensed child care facilities, and there's a distinction there. I think one of them is broader than the other, but that was something that we couldn't reach agreement on. So although there are some things that the administration likes about this ordinance, and we appreciate the cooperation with Member Rivera and the other members who worked on it. I wanted to make the administration's position clear. Thank you.
Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Mr. Glatt that we won't solve the problem, but designating some camp spots and having safe parking spaces established when we were abating places would have been a much more humane way to deal with the problem of unhoused people. And giving them dumpsters and outhouses allows them to have dignity. But since we haven't done that, I feel it's really important that we are protecting the people in the city who have every right to use that park and don't feel safe when there is unruly camps near the dog park or the playground. And so I do appreciate that we are saying there are some areas that are off limits. We haven't done a good job of saying where you can be, which is the right thing, but at least we can protect certain areas of the park. I wanted to make one amendment, if I could get a second, on the second page, line 29. I was hoping to add, and this is in response to the residents of Pine Street across from Davis Park. They are being severely impacted by a row of campers that's very close to their homes. So I was hoping to add and private residential property as another one of the protected areas.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Braga. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second it for purpose of discussion. Go ahead.
I think, that was just it. I think 100 feet buffer from someone's house is reasonable. We've had several emails from people that are right there across from Davis Park and, just having to watch some acts that are not very nice to watch from your front window and feeling like their kids aren't safe outside in their front yard playing. And so I can think of other areas where houses are close, but that is one area that really jumps to mind as being impacted by this right now.
All right, so there's a motion to amend. There's a queue. Anyone wants to speak to it? Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Yeah, so if I understand it, the proposal is to say that someone cannot set up a prohibited campsite within 100 feet of private property, is that right?
Private residential property.
Okay.
So not just a private lot, but.
Okay, so I have been spending a fair amount of time looking at our land use map and current zoning map, and I will say well over 50% of this entire city is residential property. And so I'm saying that not because I don't sympathize with the situation, but to say that we would say people have to be 100 feet from every single residential parcel in this city means that people are not allowed to exist in our city, or that they are only allowed to exist in the same parks that people are trying to protect. So I can't support this because it's way too broad. It would be most of this map.
On the amendment, I'm going to speak to the amendment.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I give a damn about any of your parks in your neighborhood at this point. Let the people live in the parks. But what is untenable is I have a row of about 15 houses with scores of children, and across the street from them are rows of people that are doing all kinds of horrifying things. It's a hub of drug activity. It's a hive of scandal. It is unbelievable. And to me, I feel terrible for those folks who are in the encampment, but it is a really bad place, one of the worst in town for sure. And the people who live in the houses are very tolerant and very accepting people, but there's nowhere else in this town where a series of homes is under siege in the way that anywhere else in this town is than North Pine. And so at this point, frankly, and whatever on this ordinance, our abatement policies are a mess, the reality is there is one street in this town that I have been able to find that has an open-air carnival of drug dealing, sex trafficking, chaos, people coming in and out of their lots at all hours of the day and night, people running away from their houses because it is absolutely terrifying. There's nowhere else in this town. It was like that at Cuddy a little bit. It was like that at 3rd Avenue. Well, there's one row of houses in this town where every day their sanctuary is that. And our answer, sadly, Mr. Colhase and I have been trying to work on this, is we don't have any tools to fix it. People are moving in junk vehicles there. They're living in the junk vehicles. They're calling them their shelter. Police can't move the vehicles because they aren't licensed. They aren't insured. So to me, there's one strip of about 10 houses in this town that are paying for all of this city's sins other than the people who are living in the camps. This amendment is fair. Anyhow, anyone else? Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I definitely sympathize, and I you know, as a someone representing North Anchorage, District 1, everything you just described, I feel is very real. I also hear Member Brawley's point. You know, one of the things that I really appreciate is from the Department of Law is they worked very hard on procuring this map. And when we brought this back, I wanted to be really responsive to some of the concerns and comments other members had. And I know there was a desire to see this map. And so thank you to the Department of Law for working very hard on that. I don't have a visual reference that would outline all residential private property. And I guess I will just point out that in looking at the S version, the prohibited campsite language there on page 1 is already in code. And so we're not really saying where camps are or are not prohibited with this ordinance. We are saying where places can be prioritized for abatement on a quicker timeline. So certainly hear your point. I probably will not support the amendment just because I don't know how we can add that into the list of where should be prioritized. It is already prohibited, though, to be camping on public land, and that's something that is already in our code. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also be voting no on this amendment for the reasons that members Brawley and Volland stated. But I will also add a little bit of frustration that this administration recognizes that it has the powers to do a limited abatement based on life, health, and safety issues, and everything that has been described about what's going on this single street sounds like life, health, and safety issues. So for whatever reason, this administration is being very conservative about how it applies those powers, but I would suggest that this seemingly seems to apply. So I think there are alternative routes that are already in place to deal with this issue that doesn't require this amendment.
All right, I'll just close by saying I wish upon all the members exactly what we're creating for the folks on North Pine. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just since North Pine was brought up and responding to the comments made by members on the body, I have been working with the chair. We've corresponded several times over the past couple weeks on this. I've met today and last week as well, but today with Chief Cross, Captain Nolder, Parks and Recreation representatives, representatives of the Department of Law, and the Health Department. And as Mr. Constant explained, Chair Constant explained, it seems simple. It's a very challenging situation. There are drivers who do not have, operators who don't have licenses, the vehicles are not insured, and they don't have registration. So that precludes APD from saying drive away because they can't knowingly condone that crime. We are looking at towing. We did have one vehicle that we were set to tow before it burned up. There are issues with towing properties or vehicles that are used as housing. APD doesn't have the right to go into an RV and remove people. So I just want to express that we are taking this very seriously. We are going to post the street no parking. That will provide an additional tool to the police department. We've gotten some guidance from the Department of Law on some things we can do. Parks and Rec, Healthy Spaces have been out there once. They're going to go out again and clean it up. And APD is going to go out there and have an increased presence along that street. So I'm commenting to the body, but in particular to Member Bronga and Member Constant, who have reached out with respect to this issue. I drove out there. It's a bad situation. We're doing everything we can to help address it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly the worst spot in town after the closure of Centennial Park. All right, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel? Oh, that's right.
Ms. Alto's excused. On a vote of 4 to 6, the amendment has failed. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I also appreciate Mr. Glatt's testimony, and I do want to reaffirm that the Assembly needs to continue our work when it comes to providing all the resources that we can for our homeless population and for folks who are housing insecure. That includes mental health resources, that includes continuing to bring stable housing online, whether that means funding programs like the Next Step Initiative or hotel conversions like we have, you know, with hundreds of units trying to bring those online. It includes substance abuse resources in our community, all of those things. And I do believe that stable housing is what is going to drive the best health outcomes for a lot of our community. However, to me, this is a both and. As Member Bronga said, I think as we endeavor to provide all those resources and make those investments in the limited capacity that we can as a municipality, we also need to be able to create environments that are safe and sanitary for all of our community, and to have clear community expectations about when abatement can be prioritized and when safety and health concerns can be addressed in a timely fashion. Like I said earlier, I think that bringing this back is an attempt to be responsive to some of the concerns that were voiced by our colleagues on a prior item. So hopefully we can support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of concerns about this. Well, first, that's not directly related to this, but changing our municipal code at 20 minutes before midnight when we're making amendments is a terrible idea. And I think that we're tired, and I'm not sure that this body is making the right choices here. But that's one thing. I think that the concern I continue to have is that we don't have, as a city, meaning the mayor's office, the Department of Health, the Coalition to End Homelessness, and all of the parties involved, a comprehensive plan for how we're going to address abatement and shelter, and all the things we need to be talking about as a city for the summer. We're all functioning in our different little islands, and I spoke with a representative from the Coalition today, and they said, well, we have a plan. I'm not sure what the plan the mayor has or the administration has, but we have a plan. And how can these things function in isolation? So how can we be making policy to try to assist with essentially an abatement plan that doesn't exist? So I'm frustrated by this because our role is to work in collaboration with those that are out there doing the work to ensure that we're creating policy that allows those plans to unfold in a way that is in the best interest of our city. And so, yeah, I'm frustrated because of all of these things. And again, I don't see how this relates to what the plan is. And so I'm torn. I'm interested in hearing from a few more of my colleagues. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote at this point, but I'd like to hear from others and get a sense of why they feel like this has to happen tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I can't answer the questions that were raised by Mr. Perez-Verdia, as I'm not one of the sponsors. I'm also listening and deciding how to vote. I will say, I feel like there's always a spectrum. It seems like everything that we vote on is a spectrum of basically having a specific outcome and then making people feel a certain way. And both of those things are valid because we have to care for things like making the community comfortable. We talked earlier about that with bike and pedestrian safety. But at the same time, I'm also very conscious of when we do things like this, like policy, it sets expectations, and those expectations may or may not come to pass, whether it's enforcement, whether it's, if this is seen as a promise that it will fix things that it cannot. I guess I don't have more articulate thoughts on that, but I do have a question for Mr. Byrd specifically, and I understand that you both can speak for the mayor and also cannot speak for the mayor's future intentions or action, but you spoke to having some areas of agreement from the administration and some areas of disagreement. So my question is, assuming there's no other changes to this, to the best of your knowledge, does the mayor intend to support this or to veto it?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, I'm not sure. These were objections that were voiced to me in part by members of the administration other than the mayor, but I will know at some point.
Thank you, and I appreciate you cannot speak for the mayor, and it is not your choice, and it would depend on his future decision, but I guess I just want to say, it feels like when we talk about things like this, it feels pointless then if they get vetoed, especially if that is the only response or action to try to solve these things, is to have department heads work on it, and then we pass something, and then it gets vetoed. And we don't have time to deal with that anymore. Part of the reason why it seems cogent to bring this up today is because our next meeting is not until 3 weeks from now, June 11th, other than a special meeting specially for election certification that is not intended to be for other items or other substantial items. So I just wanted to ask that question, have it on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move to extend to midnight. I think we'll be done with this in a few minutes, but I think there may be some people here for audience participation.
Motion to extend. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any objection? We're extended.
Thank you. And if I may speak to the ordinance.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be brief. So there was some questions around what the plan is, and I will just be blunt. There is no real comprehensive plan from the administration, and I certainly do not expect one to appear. I think without this ordinance, likely abatement will be haphazard. I think with this ordinance, I think there is at least some guidelines that we are giving to the administration. So I think that is primarily the choice that we have before us today. In a perfect world, I wouldn't have brought forward this ordinance, but that is unfortunately not the world we live in. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Rolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's interesting to think about our role as policymakers. I think a point of disagreement that I have with the public testimony that we heard tonight is that this is sort of in the remit of the administration to be making policy and putting things in code. And while certainly I can appreciate the administration's ability to bring forward legislation, ultimately, we are the ones who are the authors of the code. And that is our remit. And then I think it's been very interesting on a number of items, both at this meeting and the prior meeting, to have the conversation around enforcement. And do we pass legislation if we don't think it will be enforced? And I think that's just a really weird philosophical thing that we're going to have to think about maybe. I think that there's legislation that maybe is not enforceable, and that's one thing, but then there's also legislation that can pass and be part of a code that is not properly enforced, even though it is enforceable. And I think that is a different category. And so for me, I feel like these things are enforceable. Whether or not the administration will do a good job, this administration or any future administration, that is up to them. And I don't know that I would, for myself, and I don't know if my vote would hinge on whether or not I thought something would be vetoed, although I certainly understand I think where Member Brawley was getting at with, it's frustrating to bring stuff forward and be collaborative, and then at the end it's like, oh, it was all for naught. So I get that. To Member Presverdia's comments, why I think this is important to do now, I think that this is a national conversation that is happening. I think that this is partially a response to huge concern that I've heard from my constituents. Some of this is also, as we discussed in prior versions and work sessions, modeled off of what other jurisdictions are doing, and how. I mean, this is a tough conversation. And actually, I think there was a really well-written article in the ADN recently that talked about just how painful and tough this conversation has been in our community, and how do we balance compassion with safety and mitigating, certain ecological hazards that can arise at some of these larger camps. And these are not easy conversations, and I wish that there could be a more holistic plan, and I think there can be in the future. And I think that there is a lot of potential for partnership between the Assembly and the administration going forward. But I think there are things that are happening in our community right now that are just untenable. I'm thinking of where some of my best friends live across from the Chester Creek Trail, and there's been sort of on and off a camp there, and they hear gunshots regularly. There's been fires on the trail regularly. And so, how do we address those needs? And again, create an expectation that those things can be dealt with in a timely manner, but how can we also make sure the folks in our community who need help get the help that they need? And I'll just say, I feel like we, over the last few years, really got set back in that process because there was a prior plan to address homelessness, the Anchored Home Plan. And there was also a lot of momentum and partnership between a prior administration and the Assembly in trying to set up shelter locations. And that was all derailed, and then we had this conversation about the tent that went on and on and on, and I really think that drug our community backward. So, I don't know, for me this is a both and thing. It's a response to the current situation on the ground with hope for a more holistic plan and response going forward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments on this. It's interesting to me that we fundamentally are dealing with the inability of local government to act. And here we have a policy question, and so the role of the Assembly to act is with respect to policy. And to Mr. Perez-Verdia's point, it's late, and we are being, as best as we can, responsive to our portfolio of ideas, but we are not the final implementers of these things, right? And so what's challenging to me, and maybe we'll just put this for the record necessarily, is that you've described, Chair, open drug dealing, you've described, Chair, sex trafficking in the open in some of what you've described, your observations. I've seen similar things as well. What law do we have to pass to actually have the law that we have today enforced? So the challenge for me is, why do we have such a condition where there are a tremendous amount of predators preying on vulnerable people, and we have no ability to enforce the laws on the books today to remove those predators? And I say this all because I felt like a couple of weeks ago we heard of a news story where APD resources were utilized to uncover who is vandalizing political campaign signs in Anchorage. But we have no ability to enforce drug dealing that we see happening. And if we do have the ability, then I don't know where it is because it's not hitting the streets. And I remember a few years ago, we collaborated with an administration that was focused on maintaining a consistent approach over time, not just we're going to do some parking, safe parking spaces. Where are the safe parking spaces, right? So we've heard ideas, but we haven't had consistent work across the time. And I mention this because when we wanted to take a bite out of illegal guns in our community a few years ago, we created a collaborative opportunity with the federal law enforcement agencies, with state, and with our local municipality to go after some of the most egregious felons in our community who had gun charges. And we were able to really do something where we were breaking up whole bands of predators. And so whatever we're doing here, I just want to be real clear, whether it's this administration or moving forward, it is not acceptable to the people of Anchorage to not be able to enforce the laws on our books. So if the continued pushback is the Assembly is moving in directions that is beyond its purview, well then my only retort would be, let's get the jobs done that we can get done today with the laws on the books today. And if the question is now about staffing and we don't have enough, well, let's be real clear about that and focused. But it's not something that we can stand in our community, that we have vulnerable folks, we don't have where they can go to be safe, and we have predators preying all around them, and our local government has its hands tied up, and for whatever reason, we're not able to really do something about the predators. That's a challenge for me. I just wanted to make sure we're really clear about that on the record, because we are not going to create more enforcement by anything we pass today unless we have actually enforcement on what we can do. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thanks. I feel a lot of that. We spend so much time thinking about how we can protect our parks, which I think is a fair argument. But like this Chester Creek Park, my peer referred to, it is a country club compared to Pine Street. It's a country club. And we do everything as a city and a society, really, it's a bigger issue than Anchorage, to protect the comfortable and inflict the suffering. That's just what this does more of, I think. And so I wish we could figure out how to reverse the curve and protect the weak. But this doesn't do it. Thank you. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
No comment, President. I do agree with what Mr. Martinez said. Some of the places I visited, around the states, around the U.S., I have some of this figured out.
Mr. Salt.
They enforce Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know you tried to get in the queue. We just called the vote.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes. That's fine. Thank you. I'll vote yes.
On a vote of 9-1, the item is passed. Now, that concludes our agenda. We'll move on to audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. We've got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael from District 5. I have a message on behalf of the Handy family. They are officially asking for the body cam footage to be released. They've already asked Chief Cross. They've already asked Mayor Bronson. They've already, well, I guess it's the mayor-elect now, LaFrance as well, and they're asking the Assembly to pass it as well, or to call for its release as well. They just want the full story. They want the full story. They deserve the full story. The public deserves the full story. The issue is that the chief of police went on TV and said, this man pointed a gun. And then when a video came out and contradicted that, suddenly we have to wait. We now have to wait for a process. So the police, APD, can say definitively, factually, this is what happened. But when something comes out and says, actually, this calls into question what that narrative is, now we have to wait for a process. Now we have to wait. And the Assembly does not get to feign ignorance. People came to this Assembly repeatedly for years and told you all the process for body cameras is deficient. The policy around public release is deficient. You don't get to act like you didn't know. This is your fault just as much as it is APD's fault. It is making me sick what you are doing to this family and the other families. I don't need a crystal ball to predict what's going to happen. Other cities have already done this. Anchorage is 20 years behind. I don't need a crystal ball because I've already talked to multiple families just in the last 4 years about this same thing. I have to wait till 12 to talk to you about this. You can debate naming the port, but when it comes to a family asking for the truth, for closure, we're going to wait till Friday for the chief to answer the question. I already know what the answer is going to be. My challenge to you is that when you already know what the answer is going to be too, what are you going to do about it? Because you are all just as responsible. There is a protest Saturday, 2 p.m. at the Martin Luther King Jr. Living Memorial. We will march to APD, and we are demanding the immediate release of that body cam footage. We are not playing. Do right by this family. The policy is deficient. You need to tell APD to change the policy. There needs to be an automatic release of body cam footage. Thank you.
Right, so we have 2 minutes left. So, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. We'll adjourn at midnight.
I'm William Baxter. I'm from Fairview. But, you know, I know the power of these shirts. I've been doing this a long time. And I believe that, I think, giving buttons, like inspirational buttons to homeless people, I think, and give them like little stickers they could put on stuff like that, inspiration, would help. And I mean, I could tell you stories and stories where people, I mean, here I am, 68 years old, and young people think I'm cool. And women come up to me and say, I will remember you the rest of my life. And these married women. I mean, I know the motion and the power of these shirts. So I think it, and I gave it to that one lady, that blonde lady who was over there. She has something to do with the homeless people. But I think it'd be cool. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.